Marshall Peak, Chapter 5766, Old Fart O Yang Lai. While Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow had sunken into the depths of the infinite river and were reaping great benefits, the universe furnace world had already descended into a bloodbath. With Yang Kai's move of seizing the supreme-grade open heaven pill as the trigger, both sides had gathered their soldiers and were now engaged in constant clashes with each other, forming rivers of blood with masters falling frequently. The battle was not as intense at first, but following Yang Lai's arrival, the situation became explosive. This new Ninth Order master had been choking down his complaints all these years. Now that he had risen to the Ninth Order, he had to make sure to slaughter more to vent the pent-up knots in his heart. However, the human race were unable to gain much of an advantage even with Yang Lai's participation, and the main reason was the number imbalance. The Black Ink clan greatly outnumbered them. Inside this universe furnace world, the Black Ink clan could still communicate with each other using their miniature black ink nests, not only sending out their locations, but also calling for reinforcements from all directions. But the humans could not do that. Even though the Supreme Headquarters had made arrangements before their entry, supplying each master with a special communication bead, its usage was limited in comparison to the black ink nests. Naturally, not as many helpers could be called over through that method. What's more, the humans had fewer forces than the Black Ink clan to begin with. If Yang Lai had not made it over in time, then the humans would surely have suffered a terrible loss in this battle. On top of all that, the Black Ink clan had many pseudo-royal lords on their side. By the time the royal lord broke away from the Chaos Spirit King and joined the battlefield, the limited advantage that the humans had was gone. Both sides clashed with the masters gathered, and the Ninth Order Master and Royal Lord led the fight until finally, a kind of critical mass was reached and both sides pulled back. On the human side, Yang Lai looked over at the situation on the other side and couldn't help but curse. Didn't they say that the Royal Lord was being pinned down by the Chaos Spirit King? How did he come over to support them so soon? That Chaos Spirit King is so useless. How could it let this guy break loose from him so early? As expected, its intelligence is lacking. He hadn't had his fill of slaughter just yet, but it was no longer a good idea for conflict now. Otherwise, even if they could gain an advantage here, their side would inevitably incur some losses. And where is that brat hiding? If he was here, then the situation would surely improve. He heard that Yang Kai managed to seize another supreme-grade open heaven pill, and that he'd snatched it from right under the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King's noses. Only Yang Kai could possibly achieve something akin to fetching chestnuts from a raging fire, but he must have gotten injured during the process and hidden away somewhere to recuperate. What about Big Head Xiang? Where did that guy go? Yang Lai had not heard anything about Xiang Shan since entering this place. In fact, nobody had even seen him since then. That guy can't be dead somewhere, can he? If so, that would be laughable. Yang Lai was reluctant to just back away here, but he also had a few scruples about starting a war with their enemies. For a moment, a bitter taste had sprouted on his tongue. He truly wasn't suited to strategizing as he had always been a fierce general charging in at the forefront of a battlefield. He was most suitable to receive commands and go wherever he was needed to fight rather than give orders. Seemingly catching on to Yang Lai's hesitation, the Royal Lord on the opposite end shouted, Yang Lai, you humans did not eat any losses this time, but my Black Ink clan is not gaining any favors either. Why don't each of us take a step back and call things to a halt here? It won't be too late to wait until we're out of the universe furnace to settle this fight. Bullshit. If I don't kill all of you today, then my name won't be Yang Lai. Yang Lai barked back a furious response. Even though he did agree with his opponent's suggestion, and he himself was happy to lead his men in retreating, he could not allow himself to lose in terms of momentum. The Royal Lord's expression dimmed, and he coldly snorted, You've got a big mouth. If you have the ability, then come forward and show it. I'd like to see how you're going to kill all of us. Just you wait. I'll make my way over there immediately. Yang Lai roared loudly. However, he did not feel so good after roaring out like that. His rash words had landed himself on the back of a tiger, and how could that be a good thing? He couldn't just lead his men over to fight. He was not afraid of the Royal Lord. but they had more masters gathered on the enemy side than what the human race could muster up. There were also several pseudo-royal lords standing by. This wouldn't be an easy fight. The only advantage they had on their side was their battle formations. The Black Ink clan had formations as well, but most of them could only reach the 4 symbols formation, and it was generally unstable, but the same was not true for the humans. At worst, they were able to form a solid 5 elements formation, which would naturally make them stronger than the Black Ink clan. However, they couldn't make up for the numerical disadvantage with that alone. If they really fought here, then it wasn't just the Black Ink clan that would suffer, but the humans as well. Moreover, Yonglai guessed that there would still be more reinforcements coming over to support them. Forget it. If we can't fight, then the only other option is to back away. As for pride, Yonglai wasn't the type of person to care about such things. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Yonglai's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look in a certain direction. At the same time, the royal lord also picked up on something and looked over in that direction as well. There seemed to be some unusual movements emerging from that side, at a distance that seemed to be merely several millions of kilometers away from where they were confronting each other. On a small chaos asteroid, a figure had been hiding since who knew when. This figure had a brave and heroic aura, with a majestic appearance. It was Xiang Shan, whom Yonglai was thinking about before. At this moment, Xiang Shan's brow was deeply furrowed and his mouth was filled with a bitter taste as he wanted nothing more than to just scream out loud. Yonglai, you old fart, you're going to cost me my life today. Since entering this universe furnace world, he had been acting alone, but it was not because he was unwilling to join hands with the other masters, but instead because he never encountered anyone. He had also been searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills all this while. He had tried to break through his own bottleneck with the help of ordinary-grade open heaven pills, but they proved to be of no use. The drawbacks left behind from dropping an order made it so that only a supreme-grade open heaven pill would be able to compensate for them. His luck was not good, but it was not too bad either. After searching for a long time, to a point where he was about to grow desperate, Xiang Shan finally lucked out. There, on this small asteroid, he found an unclaimed supreme-grade open heaven pill. Suppressing his excitement, he had been hesitating for a long time on whether or not he should refine this spirit pill here and break through to the 9th order immediately, or wait. As long as he could make a breakthrough, then he would be free to roam the universe furnace world unobstructed. Unexpectedly, he had sensed movements of a fight in the distance as soon as he took the pill into his small universe, which worried him greatly. It was too late to move now, though, so he immediately took out the many array plates that he brought with him, laying out a concealment array to hide his figure and aura. He thought that the fight would not last long, and that he just had to wait for it to finish before he could make a breakthrough in peace. How could he have anticipated that not only did the fight show no signs of ending, but instead intensified greatly? For some strange reason, it seemed like the masters from both sides were constantly gathering in this very location. It was only after a long time that the battle finally calmed. Just now, he heard the shouting of Yonglai and the royal lord. Only then did he realize that it was Yonglai who presided over the battle on the human race's side. He was relieved to hear the royal lord's suggestion of stopping for both parties. Xiang Shan nearly celebrated as that would allow him to break through in peace after the Black Ink clan left. But then, when he heard Yonglai shouting about killing all from the Black Ink clan, he wanted nothing more than to rush out and cover Yonglai's mouth. They had known each other for so long, so how could he not understand Yonglai's character? That bastard was going more and more overboard as he shouted, and kept on trying to act strong. The Black Ink clan wanted to leave, so he should have just let them leave. What reason did he have to force them to stay when he knew he couldn't win? But that was not the end of it. The most important point here was that he had already taken the spirit pill into his small universe, and had been suppressing it all this while, not daring to refine the pill for fear of touching his bottleneck and revealing his location. However, there was a limit to how long he could suppress it, and it was at that point that it could no longer be suppressed. The medicinal efficacies of the pill were spreading, and the barrier of his small universe was beginning to melt and expand. The commotion that would arise from one breaking through to the Ninth Order was not something that could be hidden even while being enveloped in the spirit array. Ouyang Lai and the Royal Lord had noticed him practically at the same time. Both sides were shocked. It was a realization that a master had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was currently in the middle of making a breakthrough. But were they from the Black Ink clan or the human race? Even though the array was unable to cover up all traces of his breakthrough, it still blurred the perception of outsiders. For a while, neither Ouyang Lai nor the Royal Lord was able to ascertain whether it was one of their own people making a breakthrough or not. But soon, everything became clear. World force surged on that side, and the stirring resulting from the breakthrough was growing increasingly intense, so much so that it was becoming impossible to ignore. Now, the masters on both sides were able to sense it as well. Ouyang Lai's eyes lit up. It's one of our people who is making a breakthrough, and this aura. He realized now who it was who was making the breakthrough. This is clearly Big Head Xiang's aura. Just now, he was wondering whether he had ended up dead somewhere, but he never thought that this guy would be quietly hiding nearby to make a breakthrough. It really was a great surprise. Compared to Ouyang Lai's pleasant surprise, the Royal Lord's face was gloomy as he roared. A human is breaking through to the Ninth Order. Kill him. He had originally planned to retreat with his soldiers, but how could he leave now? The human race already had one Ninth Order master, so if they were to raise another, that would be no laughing matter. The only thing he could do right now was try to find a way to kill him before he succeeded in breaking through. Even if he did not kill him, then he had to make sure to ruin his opportunity. They must never allow the humans to raise another Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5767, Respective Opportunities. After the Royal Lord gave the order, those from the Black Ink clan followed him closely and dashed towards Xiangshan. Understanding the severity of the matter, Ouyang Lai rushed after the Royal Lord and yelled, "I'll stand guard for you, Big Head Xiang. Just try to achieve a breakthrough without worrying too much. When you make it to the Ninth Order, we'll kill them all together." From a distance, Xiangshan growled, "Damn you, Ouyang Lai. When I achieve a breakthrough, the first one I kill will be you. Did I dig out your ancestors' graves or something?" Ouyang Lai was dumbfounded. In fact, he felt that it was Xiangshan's fault instead. If not for the fact that Xiangshan suddenly showed signs of achieving a breakthrough, the Black Ink clan and human race would have retreated. But now, war was inevitable, and many masters would lose their lives. Despite his displeasure, Ouyang Lai still got in the Royal Lord's way. Presently, only a Ninth Order master like him was able to deal with this Royal Lord. Unless the others formed a six-paths formation, they would be no match for such an enemy. After intercepting the Royal Lord, Ouyang Lai told others to go and protect Xiangshan. Only then could the latter attempt a breakthrough without worries. Rays of light, figures, and battle formations dashed towards Xiangshan. Soon, intense battles broke out around him. This time, the humans mainly had to defend themselves. Hundreds of masters formed into different battle formations and surrounded Xiangshan to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks. Seeing that, Xiangshan knew it was a chance he must not miss. As such, he released all the suppression and focused on achieving a breakthrough. However, it wasn't easy to ascend from the 8th Order to the 9th Order, and it would certainly take some time. If the Black Ink clan managed to breach the humans' defense line before Xiangshan achieved a breakthrough, it would greatly disrupt him. The fallout from the battles already made it difficult for him to stay focused, and if not for the fact that he was a resolute person, he would have already failed. The battles grew increasingly violent. On the battlefield between the 9th Order Master and the Royal Lord, Ouyang Lai had gained the upper hand. Both of them had just ascended to their current realms, so they should be equally matched, but in comparison, Ouyang Lai was fiercer, for he was determined to protect Xiangshan, which made the Royal Lord appear less intimidating. Soon, Ouyang Lai's expression changed, for he saw the Royal Lord fishing out a miniature black ink nest and activating his divine sense during the battle. Apparently, he was trying to contact someone. He's asking for help. An enraged Ouyang Lai stepped up his attacks and further suppressed the Royal Lord. Unfortunately, the royal lord still managed to send out a message through the black ink nest. In the depths of the universe furnace world, there was a magnificent black ink nest in the remote chaos. The black ink nest's aura suggested that it was a high-rank one. However, since it hadn't been fully hatched, it wasn't able to produce new black ink clansmen. Nevertheless, such a black ink nest could allow injured black ink clansmen to enter and recuperate. Presently, a powerful black ink clansman was asleep inside. He was none other than Emo Nayi. This guy was extremely lucky. Outside the no-return pass back then, Yang Kai managed to injure him using the Universe Furnace Project's folded space. At that time, Emo Naye's life was hanging by a thread. Unfortunately, just as Yang Kai was ready to kill him, he accidentally touched upon something he should not have, sucking him into the Universe Furnace earlier than expected. After entering the furnace, Yang Kai was trapped and witnessed the birth of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills, leaving Emo Nayi hanging by a thread in the outside world. The moment Emo Nayi entered the Universe Furnace world, he found a quiet place and hatched his high-rank black ink nest so that he could make use of it to heal his wounds. As the one managing the Black Ink clan, Emo Nayi had many resources with him, which was why he was able to hatch a black ink nest and recuperate so quickly. If he didn't have these resources, he wouldn't have been able to do that. While hatching his black ink nest, Emo Nayi saw a colorful light stream over from a distance and brushed past him. Despite his injury, he was still fairly powerful, so he immediately grabbed the beam of light and examined it before confirming that it was what the humans called an opportunity. The person who most easily obtained an opportunity in the Universe Furnace world was undoubtedly Emo Nayi, not Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had accidentally found a supreme-grade open heaven pill. In fact, Emo Nayi was the first one to get such a spirit pill. The moment the pill fell into his hands, Emo Nayi realized that it was no ordinary thing. He was elated, thinking that there was a silver lining for him. He initially thought that since he entered this place with heavy injuries, he would be doomed. It didn't cross his mind that he would obtain this kind of reward. He then stepped into the half-hatched black ink nest with the spirit pill. While he refined the pill's medicinal efficacies, he also made use of the black ink nest's power to heal his wounds. The Black Ink clan in the Universe Furnace world could communicate with each other by relying on his high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai had speculated that there must be a Territory Lord class or Royal Lord class Black Ink nest in the Universe Furnace world, but he wasn't sure where it was. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen couldn't have communicated with each other, for they needed a more powerful Black Ink nest to serve as a communication hub. All of a sudden, the Black Ink nest shook, causing Emo Nayi to awaken in shock. He was displeased and furious, but the moment he saw the message sent to him, he was astounded. The message was simple. Xiang Shan has obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and is trying to achieve a breakthrough. Emo Nayi was only wary of 3 humans who were below the 9th order. The first one was undoubtedly Yang Kai. As a pseudo-royal lord, he had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai. In the previous battle, not only had he lost a lot of innate territory lords, but he was also almost killed by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of authority within the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't able to make it to the 9th order. Otherwise, Emo Nayi would have gone all out to kill him instead of compromising so many times. However, the Universe Furnace's appearance allowed Yang Kai to have a chance to break through his shackles. Therefore, by entering the Universe Furnace, the Black Ink clan did not only have to try to kill as many human race masters as they could and stop them from acquiring those opportunities. A more important task for them was to keep an eye on several people and make sure they couldn't make it to the 9th order. Yang Kai was ranked first, while Mi Jing Luan came second. Emo wasn't interested in managing the Black Ink clan's affairs, so ever since Emo Nayi became a pseudo-royal lord, he had been the one handling all the day-to-day affairs. His counterpart, the supreme commander of the humans, was Mi Jing Luan. Although Emo Nayi had never met this 8th order master before, they had clashed on many occasions as they were both leaders of their respective sides. While Yang Kai was a great fighter, Mi Jing Luan was an intelligent strategist. Although he wasn't at the front line, such a being was more intimidating than those who knew nothing but fighting. If Mi Jing Luan managed to make it to the 9th order and went to the front line, He would cause unimaginable damage to the Black Ink clan because he wasn't merely another Ninth Order master. Xiang Shan was ranked third. After all, he was a famous and experienced Eighth Order master. Although he wasn't as powerful as Yang Kai, he was far-sighted and ruthless. It was said that he was the army commander of the Great Evolution Army in the past, and Mi Jingluan had to obey his orders. The humans also retrieved the Great Evolution Pass under Xiang Shan's leadership. Any one of these three ascending to the Ninth Order would be disastrous to the Black Ink clan. Therefore, even though Amon Na-Yi was still recuperating, he was no longer able to sit still upon learning that Xiang Shan had acquired a spirit pill and was ready to ascend to the Ninth Order. Inside the black ink nest, Amon Na-Yi opened his eyes and let the thick black ink strength stream into his body, allowing him to examine his power. His aura wasn't different from the past, only more condensed. After all, there wasn't any difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord when it came to their auras. Nonetheless, as Amon Na-Yi balled up his fists, he knew that he was no longer the same as when he just entered the universe furnace world. He was able to fully activate his power, which meant that he was now a real royal lord. Moreover, 80% of his injuries had been healed. The open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies not only helped him achieve a breakthrough but also helped him rapidly recover. That came as a pleasant surprise to him. Without hesitation, Amon Na-Yi identified the direction and dashed out of the black ink nest, charging towards the battlefield. Yang Kai would certainly show up for such a major incident. Almost getting killed by Yang Kai was the worst humiliation in Amon Na-Yi's life. Since he was now a royal lord, he no longer had to put on an act in front of Yang Kai. He secretly swore that if Yang Kai had the guts to show up, he would destroy him to get his revenge. Amon Na-Yi was determined to kill Xiang Shan and Yang Kai to weaken the human strength and morale. In the meantime, on the other side of the universe furnace world, a majestic palace artifact flew across the void. An inscribed signboard with the characters, "Flowing Time," hung above its doors. There were 8 human masters in front of the palace with a man and a woman, both in white robes, standing at the fore. Since it was the Flowing Time Temple, the man and woman in white robes were undoubtedly Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After getting the spirit pill in the desert, Yang Shui refined it and ascended to the Ninth Order. She had just stopped cultivating in seclusion a while ago. Then, she and Yang Xiao continued to explore this universe furnace world. They came across a group of humans, and there was someone they were familiar with among these people. He was none other than Feng Tianci. At that time, Feng Tianci was leading the way for the other masters in a formation and was pleasantly surprised to bump into Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. When he realized Yang Shui was now a Ninth Order master, he was elated. Both parties had known each other for many years and had worked together countless times to deal with powerful enemies. Therefore, they were pleased to reunite in the universe furnace. Following that, they decided to move forward together. During this period, Yang Xiao repeatedly activated the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands in the hope that he would acquire more pills, but he couldn't detect anything at all. This prompted him to wonder if it was just a coincidence when he managed to detect the location of a supreme-grade open heaven pill by using the great sun and moon marks back then. Although they hadn't found another supreme-grade spirit pill, they had killed some black ink clansmen along the way. They were satisfied with it, especially when they managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life. During that battle, Yang Shui personally made a move and killed the powerful opponent. Chaos shattered and the void collapsed, which astounded onlookers. Martial Peak, Chapter 5768, I'm Not Listening. Presently, the Flowing Time Temple was hovering in the void as a battle had broken out outside. Yang Shui single-handedly dealt with 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Even though these territory lords had assembled a 4 symbols formation, they were still no match for a Ninth Order master. If they were innate territory lords, they might have persevered longer. However, the territory lords who had entered the universe furnace this time were all acquired territory lords, so they were generally weaker. Yang Shui didn't kill them ruthlessly, though. Instead, she prolonged the fight intentionally, just like she had against all those from the Black Ink clan they bumped into along the way. It was a good way for her to adapt to her increased strength. The others were aware of what she was trying to do, so they didn't lend her a hand. Only young Xiao was shouting in front of the temple to show his support. Words like, "Little Ant is the best," and "Little Ant is the most powerful," just naturally came out of his mouth, which caused young Shui to flush. She wouldn't mind it if he did such a thing in private, but many people were also there at that moment, which was why she was embarrassed. After shouting for a while, Yang Xiao suddenly sighed. Fang Tianci, who stood beside him, turned to look at him and smiled. "What's wrong?" A dejected Yang Xiao sent him a divine sense transmission. "Old Fang, she's a ninth order master now." Fang Tianci replied, I know." A dispirited Yang Xiao continued, "When will I become a divine dragon?" If he turned into his dragon form, he would be over 90,000 meters long, which was equivalent to an elite peak 8th order master. Although it seemed like Yang Xiao was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, the truth was that it was extremely difficult to ascend from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon. That was the reason there were only a small number of divine dragons in the history of the Dragon Clan. There were only ever 2 or 3 divine dragons in every generation. In the past, Fu Guang had been cultivating in the depths of the dragon pool for thousands of years, but he didn't manage to become a divine dragon. It was only thanks to Yang Kai that he achieved his goal. Yang Xiao was confident that he would be a divine dragon one day, but that would take a long time. "She's my little ant, to begin with, and now she's more powerful than me. Would I have to rely on her forever?" He was certainly happy that Yang Shui had made it to the 9th order. After all, in this chaotic time, her power could protect her. However, he was downcast because he was less powerful than her now. When they made a name for themselves in the future, he wouldn't want others to say he was the man behind a 9th order master. That would be embarrassing. He would rather hear others say he was the divine dragon beside the 9th order master. Having spent many years with Yang Xiao, Fang Tianci certainly understood the underlying meanings behind his words, but since he wasn't in any place to say anything, he only put on a meaningful smile. Yang Xiao frowned and complained, "You've changed, old Fang." Fang Tianci asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Xiao examined him for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know, but you're different from the first time I met you, especially after you became an 8th order master." Fang Tianci thought that it was obvious because the things that Yang Kai had sealed off in his soul gradually awakened as his power increased. Without explaining anything, he only replied with a smile, "You're reading too much into it." A relentless Yang Xiao forcefully wrapped his arm around the man's neck and questioned through clenched teeth, "Are you looking down on me, old Fang?" Fang Tianci was torn between tears and laughter. "I am not. You're the one making a scene." Yang Xiao glowered at him for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Forget it. It's not like relying on a woman is a big deal anyway." The next instant, he pushed Fang Tianci away and beamed at Yang Xiao, who was returning, asking in a caring manner, "Are you tired or hurt, little ant? You should have just killed these guys. Why bother bringing them back?" Yang Shui felt embarrassed because of his actions, so she glared at him. In any case, she realized that after she made it to the 9th order, Yang Xiao started saying nonsense more frequently. Is it because he now has low self-esteem? Men will be men. An 8th order master suddenly asked, "Senior sister, have you captured them to extract some information from them?" Given Yang Shui's strength, it wasn't hard for her to kill these acquired territory lords. However, she had captured them alive and brought them back. It was apparent that she was up to something. The moment the 8th order master finished speaking, he realized someone was glowering at him. Puzzled, he turned his head and saw Yang Xiao gaping at him. "Have I offended you in any way?" The 8th order master was bewildered. "You're taking advantage of me." Yang Xiao was displeased. Since he called Yang Shui a little ant, the man was basically taking advantage of him by calling the woman senior sister. For some reason, he had been sensitive and diffident recently. Just as he was ready to argue with the 8th order master, he saw Yang Shui glower at him. In an instant, he relented. The Black Ink clansmen we've bumped into recently are all moving in the same direction. It seems like something has happened over there, so I've brought them back to interrogate them, Yang Shui explained. She wasn't sure if the others were aware of such an anomaly, but the black ink clansmen they had come across recently were all converging towards a certain direction in quite a hurry. Upon hearing her, the others realized that was indeed the case and felt that women were indeed more sensitive. Some of them had noticed it, but they never gave it much thought. Now, it seemed that something had indeed happened over there. The powers of these 4 acquired territory lords had been sealed by Yang Shui. Presently, they stood before the woman with horrified expressions. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had joined forces, they were still captured alive by this woman. Furthermore, the power she showcased suggested that she was a Ninth Order master. She swept a glance over them and said impassively, "I have some questions for you. Reply to me honestly." Suddenly, she pushed out a palm and exploded the first territory lord. As blood splashed, Yang Shui's white robe was unaffected while an unsuspecting Yang Xiao had his clothes dyed black. Her action not only shocked the remaining 3 territory lords, but also the human race masters. Didn't she just say she had questions? Why did she kill him all of a sudden? She could have directly killed them all, so why did she bring them back and do that in front of them instead? Yang Xiao looked at the blood stain on his clothes and fell silent. It seemed that Yang Shui was displeased with him and did that intentionally. As such, he felt uneasy. Oblivious to everything else, Yang Shui stood in front of the second territory lord, who was anxious as he said, "Madam." Yang Shui cut him off and snarled, "I'm not listening." Then, she landed a palm on the territory lord and killed him as well. Black blood splashed onto Yang Xiao again. Although he was well prepared this time, he didn't dare ward off the blood. He took a look at Yang Shui and realized she was smiling. It seemed that she had cheered up slightly. Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was difficult to be a man. The human race masters were dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Shui was trying to do. Nevertheless, after pondering for a moment, they soon understood her intentions. They couldn't help admiring her strategy, though this method was quite horrifying, especially for these captured territory lords. They thought that even though this new Ninth Order master appeared demure, she was actually ruthless. At any rate, it shouldn't be surprising. After all, she was Yang Kai's little sister, so how was it possible that she was weak? If she were a kind-hearted person, she wouldn't have survived in this chaotic time. The remaining 2 territory lords were now scared out of their wits. The Ninth Order master captured them and said she was going to ask them some questions. However, instead of asking anything, she began butchering them. Although one of them wanted to tell her everything, she still mercilessly ended his life, which was ridiculous. The moment Yang Shui stood in front of the 3rd territory lord, he almost fell to his knees and said hurriedly, "Ask anything you want, madam. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life." He was worried that if he spoke any slower, he would perish like the 2 territory lords before. This time, Yang Shui didn't kill him right away and only asked slowly, "Do you want to live?" The territory lord wasn't sure how to respond to her. Certainly, he wanted to live. Although they were unlucky to bump into a Ninth Order master, they would rather not get killed. The survivors exchanged glances and nodded, yes. The 4th territory lord then said, "Madam, if you insist on killing us, do it at once. However, you'll never glean any information from us." That was audacious of him. Nevertheless, it was what they hoped for. If death was a certainty, they naturally weren't willing to reveal any information. Now, they only hoped that Yang Shui would spare their lives. The woman's unreasonable actions had mentally destroyed them. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui nodded, "Good. Since you want to live, I'll give you a chance." Both of them were elated, and the 3rd territory lord asked cautiously, "Will you go back on your word?" It wasn't like there was anything they could do in that case, but they now had a chance to survive at the very least. This time, Yang Shui remained silent while Yang Xiao snorted, "Do you think you have the right to bargain?" The territory lords were crestfallen upon hearing that. Since they were captives, they no longer had a say when it came to their life or death. They indeed had no right to bargain for anything. Just then, Yang Shui said, "However, only one of you will get to live. Why don't you tell me where you're going and all the information you know?" I'll let the one who can provide the most valuable information live while the other one will die. Only one of them would survive, and the chance belonged to the one who could provide the most useful information. There was no doubt it was a devious method, but the territory lords knew they had to oblige. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5769, Provide Assistance. The human masters couldn't help admiring young Shui. Although the trick was simple, it was more effective than any torture. She really was Yang Kai's little sister. Although they had heard about her before, she wasn't outstanding among the talented people in this chaotic time. But after ascending to the Ninth Order, she was bound to become a famous figure among the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Shui went on to say, although you have no right to bargain for anything, you don't have to worry about me going back on my word. Since I've said I'll spare one of you, I'll fulfill my promise. Humans value our reputation more than the Black Ink clan. She was right in a sense. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had clashed with human masters on countless occasions, but under normal circumstances, the humans wouldn't go back on their word. The territory lords exchanged glances before one of them hurriedly said, "We've received Sir Xiao Yu's order to join him in battle." The other one spoke at the same time. "Sir Xiao Yu told us to help him kill the human masters." Both territory lords had spoken at the same time and mentioned the name Xiao Yu. A curious young Shui asked with a frown, "Don't speak at the same time. Take it slow." She then turned to look at the territory lord on the left. "Is Xiao Yu a pseudo-royal lord?" Before the territory lord could answer her question, an Eighth Order master explained, "I exchanged moves with Xiao Yu previously. However, he was still an innate territory lord at that time. Since he was powerful, I found it hard to deal with him in a one-on-one fight. If he's still alive, he should be a pseudo-royal lord now." Due to the universe furnace's appearance, all the veteran innate territory lords were summoned to the no-return pass to create more pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason there were suddenly dozens of them. The Black Ink clan didn't do this in the past because it was of no help to the overall situation. The birth of dozens of pseudo-royal lords meant sacrificing at least 10 times the number of innate territory lords. However, the universe furnace's appearance forced the Black Ink clan to make such a decision. Only a larger number of pseudo-royal lords could help them secure the upper hand in the universe furnace. Pseudo-royal lords could only be made by sacrificing innate territory lords, so the dead ones wouldn't be remembered while only those who survived could make a name for themselves. After hesitating for a bit, the territory lord on the left said, "Sir Xiao Yu is a true royal lord now. He previously obtained an opportunity in the universe furnace and broke through." All of them were shocked upon hearing that. The opportunity in the universe furnace he had mentioned must be a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Before entering this place, they had thought about the possibility of Black Ink clansmen having a chance to acquire supreme-grade open heaven pills. However, that was just a possibility. They certainly hoped for the Black Ink clan to be unlucky and find no supreme-grade open heaven pills at all. Nevertheless, the information they had just heard made them wake up to reality. A new royal lord had reached his current realm by consuming a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Not only did it level off the advantage of the humans for having a new Ninth Order master like Yang Shui, it also made the humans lose an opportunity, which was agonizing. Despite their unwillingness, there was nothing much they could do now. Thus, Yang Shui turned to look at the territory lord on the right and muttered, "Go on." As though knowing what these humans were thinking, the territory lord quickly said, "As far as I know concerned, there is a new human Ninth Order master." A moment later, he added, "I'm talking about someone else, not you, madam. That Ninth Order master is leading the humans to fight with Sir Xiao Yu." The human master's interest was finally piqued. Apart from Yang Shui, there was another Ninth Order master, which was good news. Yang Shui had made the right decision by trying to glean information from these territory lords instead of just killing them. The Black Ink clan could share information quickly through the Black Ink nests, while the humans found it hard to communicate with each other in the universe furnace at all. "Do you know who the new Ninth Order master is?" Yang Shui asked. Just as the territory lord on the right was ready to speak, the one on the left shouted, "It's my turn." Yang Shui had said that whoever could provide the most useful information would survive. Since it had something to do with his survival, this territory lord naturally had to fight for it. Yang Shui turned to look at him, after which the territory lord on the left continued, "The ninth order master is named Yang Lai." Hearing that, all of them were surprised. Yang Lai was one of the oldest 8th Order Masters who had been fighting against the Black Ink clan back on the Black Ink battlefield over 10,000 years prior to the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. He had also made a name for himself in profound nether territory during the war even after that. Everyone present had heard about him before. Furthermore, it was said that Yang Lai had been left with many concerning hidden injuries from his countless battles against the Black Ink clan. His small universe had been damaged, so he was no longer at the peak of his power. No one could have expected that he would acquire such an opportunity in the universe furnace and make it to the 9th Order. There was no doubt it was a piece of exhilarating news for the human race. The territory lord on the right then said, "The conflict this time started because of an opportunity." The one on the left cut him off. After Sir Xiaoyu became a royal lord, he accidentally discovered another opportunity. However, that opportunity was protected by some native masters. One of them is just as powerful as Sir Xiaoyu. A Chaos Spirit King? Someone postulated. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the Chaos Spirit clan, but the humans were aware of it. A native master who was just as formidable as a royal lord must be a Chaos Spirit King. "I guess so," the territory lord went on to say. After discovering the opportunity, Sir Xiaoyu summoned more people to assist him. While he was tangled up with the Chaos Spirit King, he directed others to snatch the opportunity. However, Sir Yang Kai somehow approached them undetected and snatched the opportunity. What? Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both shocked. Yang Xiao questioned anxiously, "You said my adoptive father. That opportunity was snatched by Yang Kai?" The other territory lord nodded. "That's the reason both sides are engaging in a large-scale conflict. Since the opportunity was snatched away, Sir Xiaoyu was naturally displeased. He has summoned more people to track Sir Yang Kai down, which caught the human race's attention. That's why more and more people from both races are gathering together. We too were on our way there as well." They had bumped into these human race masters before they even arrived at their destination. Now, only 2 out of 4 territory lords remained alive. How severe are his injuries? Yang Shui questioned grimly. Yang Kai snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill while a royal lord and a chaos spirit king were fighting nearby. Although Yang Kai was unmatched when it came to escaping, he couldn't possibly flee from such a situation unscathed. There was no doubt he was injured, but no one was aware of his condition. The territory lord on the left shook his head. "No idea. We haven't heard any news on Sir Yang Kai again." "Then ask now," Yang Shui demanded. These territory lords wouldn't dare displease her. One of them quickly fished out a miniature black ink nest and communicated with the other territory lords. A while later, he put away the black ink nest and replied, "Sir Yang Kai is badly injured, but no one knows where he is." Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Black Ink clansmen were not aware of where Yang Kai was, it meant that he didn't fall into their hands. Given his abilities, he must have escaped and was now recuperating somewhere. These territory lords realized that Yang Kai must be related to this 9th Order woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so agitated at the mere mention of his name. They cautiously waited for Yang Shui to calm down before one of them continued, "We have no idea where Sir Yang Kai is hiding with that opportunity." Just as the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate and both sides were preparing to withdraw though, something happened. As a result, the battle intensified instead. What happened? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. Although he didn't take part in the battle, he felt that it was full of twists and turns just by listening to these territory lords. The other territory lord explained, Sir Xiang Shan was suddenly discovered nearby, showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. He must have obtained an opportunity and was preparing to refine it. He probably didn't expect so many people to gather together in that area. All the humans were now torn between tears and laughter. They were thrilled because Xiang Shan had also gotten a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was about to achieve a breakthrough. If he succeeded, the human race would have 3 new 9th Order masters. That hadn't even included Yang Kai, who had snatched another supreme-grade open heaven pill away. Nevertheless, the place that Xiang Shan had chosen to hide was quite awkward, which led to the masters from both sides detecting the fluctuations of his breakthrough. Both parties were about to retreat, but instead got into a massive fight again because of that. Behind Yang Shui, an Eighth Order master cupped his fist. "Senior sister, since an intense battle has broken out, we should rush over to assist." Although they knew little about the situation over there, they believed that the humans were at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests over vast distances while the humans couldn't. Therefore, there must be more Black Ink clansmen than humans over there. Ouyang Lai had to hold Xiao Yu back and protect Xiang Shan at the same time. It was imaginable that the humans were in a perilous situation. Yang Shui nodded, knowing that this matter could not be delayed. She initially wanted to slowly glean all the information she could from these territory lords, but she was no longer in the mood to do so. The next instant, she drove the flowing time temple forward and instructed the territory lords to give directions. If they were to look for the battlefield on their own, they might not be able to find the location. Nevertheless, with these territory lords' help, they didn't need to worry about anything, for the Black Ink nests could locate the battlefield. Although the territory lords were disgruntled, they wouldn't dare disobey Yang Shui. As such, they promptly pointed the way for her. While on their way, Yang Shui tried to extract as much information from these territory lords as possible. The information they knew was limited, so there naturally came a time when they had nothing else to say. In the end, they could no longer provide any useful information. Yang Shui motioned for Yang Xiao to take action, after which he flashed a wide smile at the territory lords, one so eerie that they shuddered. The next moment, they were horrified by what they saw. Two marks appeared on the backs of Yang Zhao's hands. Yellow light and blue light merged and turned into a dazzling white light. Purifying light. The Black Ink clan had been battling against the humans for millennia, so they were familiar with this pure white light. In battle, human race masters would often summon evil-purging divine spears, which contained intense, purifying light. However, it was the territory lord's first time seeing someone directly condensing purifying light, which was why they were scared out of their wits. Martial Peak, Chapter 5770. Yang Kai is my adoptive father. In front of the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao smiled harmlessly, but the two acquired territory lords, whose powers had been sealed, quivered like quails without a home in winter. They felt that the humans were preparing to kill them after gleaning all the information from them. Although the humans had promised to let one of them off, they had now decided to end their lives. It seemed that they were about to go back on their word. However, it wasn't like these territory lords had the power to resist. Ignoring them, Yang Xiao activated the purifying light and covered them in the dazzling white light. Instantly, these territory lords howled in pain as their Black Ink strength was dispelled and their auras plunged. A moment later, Yang Xiao retracted his hands. Although the territory lords appeared battered, they were still alive at the very least, but both of them were shocked and puzzled. "We're still alive? Does that mean they have decided not to kill us?" Yang Xiao snorted. "Since my little aunt said she will let one of you go, she won't go back on her word. Or what? Did you think I was going to kill you?" After escaping from death's door, the territory lords acted meekly. Unlike how flustered they were a moment ago, they were now slightly at ease. They also understood why the humans were willing to fulfill their promise. Although the purifying light didn't kill them, it significantly weakened their auras and caused their strength to plummet. They were originally territory lords, but now they could only be considered high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Several thousand years of cultivation was gone, just like that. Two high-rank Black Ink clansmen were no longer of any use in the universe furnace, which was full of powerful masters. If they came across other human race masters now, they would easily die. "Since you've been cooperative, I'll let both of you go," Yang Xiao announced and extended his hand. "Give me your Black Ink nest." Not having the guts to hesitate, they promptly fished out a Black Ink nest and presented it to him. Only then did Yang Xiao wave his hand and slap these Black Ink clansmen out of the temple before bellowing, "Get lost." Having just survived a calamity, these black ink clansmen ran for their lives without delay. As for whether they would bump into other humans and get killed, that was up to luck now. In front of the temple, Yang Shui asked, "Since you've chased them away, who will point out the directions for us?" "They're no longer needed. I've got the location," Yang Xiao replied and showed her the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands. Yang Shui understood what was going on upon seeing that. Initially, Yang Xiao relied on the great sun and moon marks to lead them to find a supreme-grade open heaven pill, thus allowing Yang Shui to make it to the ninth order. During this period, Yang Xiao had been trying to look for another supreme-grade open heaven pill using the same method, but they found nothing. As such, they thought that their previous discovery was merely a coincidence. Now, it seemed that it wasn't a coincidence. With the help of the great sun and moon marks, Yang Xiao was able to detect the locations of supreme-grade open heaven pills. Since Yang Xiao had detected the spirit pill's whereabouts, it suggested that the battlefield wasn't far away from them. The supreme-grade open heaven pill must be the one in Xiangshan's possession. Yang Xiao turned to look at her, "Little ant, I've confiscated their black ink nest because I was worried they'll share our information with the other black ink clansmen. The enemies are not aware that you've ascended to the ninth order yet. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll divert the black ink clan's attention while you look for an opportunity to support Marshal Uncle Ouyang to kill the royal lord." Yang Shui nodded. "Good. Old Fong, you assist little ant." Yang Xiao then turned to look at Fong Tianci. Although he had been emotionally unstable recently, he was once the leader of an elite squad. After all, given his experience on the various battlefields, Yang Xiao could make some arrangements in an orderly manner. Fong Tianci nodded. "Please rest assured. The rest will form two battle formations with me. Let's go kill those black ink clan bastards." Yang Xiao shouted. He was high-spirited as they were ready to barge into the battlefield and destroy the enemy. No one disagreed. A moment later, they felt the fallout of battles coming from up ahead. Apparently, they were about to arrive at the battlefield. Fong Tianci and Yang Shui exchanged glances before leaping out. As space principles undulated, they vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao drove the flowing time temple forward openly and menacingly. Before they even reached the battlefield, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Yang Xiao of the Dragon Clan has arrived. Black Ink Clan bastards, are you prepared to die?" Presently, the humans were in a perilous situation. Many human race masters had surrounded Xiangshan and set up a defense line and were mainly fending off the enemy's attacks. They were at a disadvantage when it came to numbers, so even if they were unrestricted, they couldn't possibly gain the upper hand, not to mention that they had to protect Xiangshan now. The Black Ink Clan continuously launched powerful secret techniques on the humans in an attempt to shatter the defense line and disrupt Xiangshan's ascension. Ouyang Lai was unable to help as the royal lord named Xiaoyu was determined to tie him down, giving him no chance to take a breath. He had to defeat Xiaoyu before he could give Xiangshan a hand. He secretly cursed at Xiangshan for dragging all of them into such a situation. Xiangshan had chosen the wrong time to achieve an ascension, and worst of all, the location he had selected was so awkward. Due to various reasons, the human race masters were unable to advance further or retreat. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. However, if this dragged on, once the humans' defense line was broken, things would collapse like an avalanche. Not only would Xiangshan fail his ascension, but many human race masters would lose their lives as well. Just as they were in a deadlock, Ouyang Lai heard Yang Zhao's voice all of a sudden. Elated, he roared, "Yang Xiao, go and protect Xiangshan right away." Yang Xiao had seen what was happening on the battlefield, so he didn't need Ouyang Lai to tell him what to do. He drove the flowing time temple forward and charged towards the battlefield with 7 human race masters in tow. The temple arrived at a weak point in the defense line, after which they started warding off the attacks. The Black Ink clansmen on that side were so frustrated that they almost spat blood. Initially, they had the chance to break through the enemy lines. By then, they could go straight to attack Xiangshan. Presently, Xiangshan was attempting a breakthrough, so he was powerless to counterattack. Regardless of whether they could kill Xiangshan or not in the end, they could make him fail at the very least. They didn't expect more humans to come over at this critical moment. What was more, these humans had brought with them a powerful mobile palace artifact, which plugged the originally weak point in the humans' defense line. Those from the Black Ink clan were resentful of Yang Shao. Nevertheless, the Flowing Time Temple had a robust defense. Since they were unable to destroy it, they decided to attack elsewhere. Seeing that, Yang Shao roared, "Where do you think you're going?" The Black Ink clansman directly ignored him. Yang Shao was anxious, but he couldn't take the initiative to attack. As such, he bellowed again, "Yang Kai is my adoptive father. He can easily slaughter all of you trash from the Black Ink clan. Since he's not around now, I'll teach all of you a lesson on his behalf. If you have the guts, come and fight me." Those who were moving away suddenly all stopped in their tracks. A pseudo-royal lord's eyes reddened as he glowered at Yang Shao. "Did you just say Yang Kai is your adoptive father?" Standing in front of the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Shao looked condescendingly at him. "Yes. Do you have a problem with that?" "Then you must die." The pseudo-royal lord roared and shouted, "Tear him apart." The next instant, with the pseudo-royal lord leading the way, multiple territory lords charged towards the Flowing Time Temple. Meanwhile, Yang Shao was surprised by their reaction. He just wanted to curse at the enemies and pin them down. Never did he expect them to react in such a way. Seeing that the enemies were coming over, he yelled, "Make ready!" The 7 others he had brought with him already had their auras connected and formed 2 battle formations. With the help of the Flowing Time Temple's power, they engaged the enemy. As they fought, Yang Shao suddenly mocked. "It seems that your aura is unstable, Sir Pseudo-Royal Lord. Did my adoptive father punch you or something?" At the mention of this, the Pseudo-Royal Lord intensified his attacks. Yang Shao was startled, for he didn't expect his speculation to be right. He asked curiously, "What's your name? When I see my adoptive father, I'll tell him to kill you." The Pseudo-Royal Lord said through clenched teeth, "My name is Meng Ke. At least now you'll know who killed you." He was one of the earliest Pseudo-Royal Lords within the Black Ink clan, so there was no doubt he held a prestigious position. However, when Yang Kai formed a battle formation with other humans, he managed to injure him seriously, which was greatly humiliating for Meng Quebec. Although Yang Kai was badly injured now, he was nowhere to be found. As such, Meng Ke was unable to get his revenge. It was only natural that he wanted to vent his fury on Yang Shao, who was Yang Kai's adoptive son. Although he couldn't kill Yang Kai, Meng Ke had the confidence to butcher Yang Shao. The place where Yang Shao and the others were located was in turmoil while they were dealing with the bombardment of attacks. Fortunately, they had the Flowing Time Temple's protection. Otherwise, they couldn't have persevered. After all, a pseudo-royal lord was significantly more powerful than a territory lord. Meng Ke being injured and unable to fully use all his power also helped immensely. On the other side, with the help of space principles, Fang Tianxi and Yang Shui stealthily approached Ouyang Lai and Xiao Yu. Although Fang Tianxi had earned the moniker Little Yang Kai, he was still inferior to the true body when it came to mastery in the Tao of space. Furthermore, Yang Shui was a 9th Order master. As such, he felt pressured bringing her with him and helping to hide her aura at the same time. "We have to stop here. If we go any closer, the enemy will notice us," Fang Tianxi said while stopping in his tracks. "Be careful." Yang Shui nodded but wasn't in a rush to make a move. Instead, she was observing the battle and waiting for a chance. Killing a royal lord wasn't easy, and the timing to make a move was crucial. As though noticing a powerful presence, Xiao Yu became uneasy. He had a feeling that someone was staring at him in secret, so he reserved some of his strength. He was initially equally matched with Ouyang Lai, but now the latter gained a slight upper hand. Ouyang Lai naturally noticed this and began openly taunting him. Ignoring the foul-mouthed human in front of him, Xiao Yu wondered where his sense of unease came from. Soon, however, he realized what the source was. A powerful and unrestrained aura was suddenly felt rushing over from the distance. The aura didn't have the signature of world force or black ink strength. Rather, it felt like pure chaos. "It's that chaos spirit king. I can't believe that guy found me." At that moment, Xiaoyu was both shocked and flustered. Martial Peak, Chapter 5771. Yang Shui makes a move. Xiaoyu was terrified of the Chaos Spirit King after the traumatizing experience previously. He felt wronged since he wasn't at fault. He was indeed the one who discovered the Chaos Spirit Clan's supreme-grade Open Heaven pill and intended to snatch it, but he didn't achieve his goal in the end. Instead, the Spirit pill was stealthily taken away by Yang Kai. The Chaos Spirit King was so stupid, though, that after the culprit Yang Kai ran away, it targeted Xiaoyu. Before coming across Yang Lai, Xiaoyu had been hunted down by the Chaos Spirit King, but just as he thought he had finally gotten rid of it, this guy appeared all of a sudden. It was likely that the Chaos Spirit King was attracted to the great disturbance of the battle. Since the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were clashing in this place, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would notice the clamor. Therefore, the moment Xiaoyu detected the Chaos Spirit King's presence, he had the urge to flee right away. He and Yang Lai were equally matched, but if the Chaos Spirit King joined the fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with the two of them on his own. He had personally had a taste of the Chaos Spirit King's power, so he knew that it was stronger than either Yang Lai or himself by a substantial margin. Nevertheless, he soon calmed himself. The Chaos Spirit King had very low sentience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have relentlessly raced after him. Now that it was here, regardless of whether it was attracted to the fallout of the battles, the most attractive thing to it wasn't the human race or the Black Ink clan, it was the Spirit Pill's aura. The Chaos Spirit King was enraged because it had lost a Spirit Pill, so now that there was another ripe for the picking, the Chaos Spirit King would likely want to snatch it. Xiaoyu now felt that it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the Black Ink clan that the Chaos Spirit King appeared all of a sudden. Perhaps things would go contrary to the humans' wishes and lead to their downfall. Therefore, he suppressed his urge to flee while dealing with Yang Lai and paying some attention to the Chaos Spirit King's movements. Such a powerful aura appeared all of a sudden and charged towards the battlefield, so it was only natural that the masters of both races were shocked and doubtful. Soon, the Chaos Spirit King arrived, and without hesitating at all, it charged towards Xiangshan. Wherever it went, the Black Ink clansmen stepped away and let it pass. On the other hand, the human race masters had no choice but to block the Chaos Spirit King from advancing further. 6 Eighth Order masters formed a 6 paths formation and clashed with the Chaos Spirit King. A moment later, these 8th Order masters paled as their world forces destabilized. Since the Chaos Spirit King was obstructed, it was apparently furious. It roared like a beast as its chaotic force swept everyone away before charging forward again. Helplessly, the human race masters counterattacked with the 6 paths formation. Again, they were forced to step back as they were no match for the opponent. If this dragged on, it would only take 10 breaths of time before the 6 paths formation was broken. When that happened, the Chaos Spirit King would break through the defense line and reach Xiangshan. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu couldn't help guffawing, for luck was on their side. He was initially resentful of the Chaos Spirit King, but it turned out to be a blessing for them. It was indeed attracted to the Spirit Pill's aura and decided to attack the humans. In other words, the Black Ink clan had gotten a powerful helper for free. Certainly, the Chaos Spirit King wasn't there to assist them, and if the Black Ink clansmen got in its way, it would attack them as well. Its only target was the Spirit Pill. After all, that was good news for the Black Ink clan. To begin with, the humans were already at a disadvantage, and now they were faced with the Chaos Spirit King's suppression. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Across from Xiaoyu, Yang Lai grew anxious. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had undoubtedly exacerbated the situation for the humans. He wanted to get rid of Xiaoyu and go over to block the Chaos Spirit King, but Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't grant his wish. He had pulled back his attacks earlier because he was wary of the Chaos Spirit King, but upon realizing Yang Lai's intention, Xiaoyu took the initiative to entangle them as he mocked. "Where do you think you're going? No one can leave unless one of us is killed, ha. If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Lai roared as his world force surged, turning him into a ball of fire. It seemed that the heavens weren't on the human side today. Why were there so many twists and turns during Xiang Shan's ascension? Although Yonglai had faced some difficulties during his breakthrough, it had been smooth sailing in general. However, when it was Xiang Shan's turn, he was faced with all sorts of problems, and even the Chaos Spirit King had come targeting him. Yonglai was so incensed that he almost erupted like a volcano. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's attacks intensified. To make the furious Yonglai stay, he had given up on his defense so that he could stop his opponent from going to Xiang Shan's rescue. Just then, ripples formed in the void, and following that, Yonglai saw a long sword extending from nowhere, a fair hand gripping its hilt. Who is that? Why didn't I know someone was there before? Yonglai was startled. The next moment, he was ecstatic because he saw a sword-wielding woman and a man stepping out of the ripples. He was familiar with both of them. The initially arrogant Xiao Yu was flabbergasted, as though he had been struck by lightning. A sense of danger overwhelmed him as a powerful aura locked onto him, causing him to feel he was doomed. He didn't have time to ponder on what happened, but he knew someone had launched a sneak attack on him. Just as he was haughtily trying to make Yonglai stay, a master shattered the void and attacked him from behind. Given the sense of danger he felt, Xiao Yu believed this person must be formidable. The smile on his face froze as he roared and released a large amount of black ink strength, which turned into a black ink cloud in an instant and totally engulfed his figure. Nevertheless, the sword still accurately pierced into his back the next instant and then thrust out from the other side. A powerful force exploded and formed a hole in his body. The black ink cloud broke into 10 smaller clouds as Yonglai released his flames to destroy 7 of them in the blink of an eye. However, he failed to harm Xiao Yu's true body. Soon, someone was heard saying, "I'll leave it to you, senior brother." The helper had turned into a beam in the shape of a sword and charged towards the Chaos Spirit King. "Don't worry," Yonglai replied briefly as he recognized that person. He was shocked deep within, for Yang Shui had also ascended to the 9th Order. It seemed that she had acquired her own opportunity. Fortunately, she had come at the right time. Otherwise, the human forces here would have been in trouble. On the other hand, Fang Tianci left the moment Yang Shui appeared and launched her sneak attack. Presently, he stood in front of the flowing time temple and joined Yang Xiao and the others to deal with Meng Ke and the other Black Ink clansmen. Recalling the sight earlier, Fang Tianci felt gratified. There was no doubt Yang Shui had made the right decision. Earlier, he was hiding in the dark with Yang Shui. While they were waiting for a chance to strike, the Chaos Spirit King appeared out of the blue. At that time, Yang Shui only had 2 choices. The first was to deal with the Chaos Spirit King right away to stop the latter from attacking the humans' defense line. It was a huge challenge for the 8th Order Masters to clash with such a master, and if they were not careful enough, they would be killed. The second choice would be to immediately try to kill Xiao Yu. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu spent most of his power defending himself at that time. Even if Yang Shui made a move, it wouldn't have brought about meaningful results. Once she was exposed, she wouldn't have time to join forces with Yonglai and fight with him. Therefore, the best choice would be directly clashing with the Chaos Spirit King, as that was also the safest bet. However, Yang Shui chose the third option, which was to keep waiting for the best chance. The Chaos Spirit King clashed with the humans, and it would only take a short time to shatter the 6 paths formation in its way. On the other hand, Xiao Yu was conceited. Just as he was focused on holding Yonglai back, Yang Shui decisively took action. She managed to severely injure the royal lord with just 1 strike, after which she headed straight to confront the Chaos Spirit King. She had to make a decision quickly, for it would affect the outcome of the entire battle. Her decision was a huge bet, but it also showed her confidence in the human race masters. She believed that the humans could persevere for a longer time. Regardless of how powerful the Chaos Spirit King was, the humans were united. As such, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Those in the 6 paths formation didn't fail her, nor did she disappoint the humans. Fang Tianci couldn't help letting out a sigh, for the young girl had grown up to be a reliable and independent master. That was the sorrow of the times. He soon pulled himself together and connected his aura with the others to ward off the enemies. In the void, Yang Lai's red hair flapped in the air like fire as he looked at the astounded Xiaoyu and grinned. "You're dead?" The moment he finished speaking, he turned into a magnificent flame and dashed towards Xiaoyu. A royal lord had shocking vitality, so even though Yang Shui had badly injured him, she didn't manage to end his life. As such, Xiaoyu was still able to fight. Nevertheless, he was shocked at the fact that there was another new Ninth Order Master. Including Yang Lai, there were two now. If they also included Xiang Shan, who was attempting a breakthrough, the humans had managed to secure 3 Ninth Order Masters for their side. Certainly, he wouldn't forget that Yang Kai had also acquired a spirit pill. Was luck indeed on the human side? The Black Ink clansmen were initially at an advantage, but it was gone for good now that a second Ninth Order Master appeared abruptly. Could there be even more Ninth Order Masters lurking out there? While still reeling from the shock, Xiaoyu had the illusion that there was another human race master lurking behind him, just waiting to give him a fatal blow. He almost couldn't contain his urge to escape. Nonetheless, he stopped himself from doing so. This was a chance the Black Ink clan mustn't miss. If their plan was ruined because he ran away, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses, and he also couldn't accept the outcome. Furthermore, the Black Ink clansmen were not on the losing side. They were still at an advantage when it came to trying to ruin Xiang Shan's ascension. Also, the new Ninth Order Master had to contend with the Chaos Spirit King, so she couldn't stop the other Black Ink clansmen from advancing. More importantly, Imo Na-Yi was on the way to this place. As long as Imo Na-Yi appeared, they would have one more royal lord on their side. By then, the Black Ink clan would take back control of everything. Martial Peak, Chapter 5772. Everything returns to chaos. Given the deadlock, if any party had one more powerful master, the outcome of the battle would be affected. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu mustered his courage and engaged with Yang Lai again. Although his power had been weakened significantly following Yang Shui's sneak attack, it didn't mean he was powerless to fight. As he pulled himself together and focused on defending himself, he wouldn't be defeated so soon. The masters from both sides had tacitly divided the battlefield into 3 places. The first was where a Ninth Order Master was dealing with a royal lord. The second was where a Ninth Order Master was clashing with the Chaos Spirit King. The third and final place was where the human race masters, who had formed many battle formations to protect Xiang Shan, were fending off the Black Ink clansmen's siege. The battles were so intense that the void itself trembled. The noise spread in all directions and attracted more human race masters to come over and lend their fellow humans assistance. Nevertheless, even more Black Ink clansmen were rushing over as well. The Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests, so they could easily summon more people. Imo Na-Yi had also stopped recuperating and was on his way. The Black Ink clansmen had obviously decided to go all in for this battle where thousands of masters from both sides were involved. If they won, they would deal a heavy blow to the humans. Whenever the universe furnace opened up in the past, even though both sides would fight, there had never been such a large-scale battle before. While the fight raged outside, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were oblivious to everything as they swam through the infinite river. At this moment, Thunder Shadow crouched down on Yang Kai's shoulder as lightning flickered around him. He seemed to have turned into a lightning ball. Thunder Shadow was frustrated, but pleased at the same time. It never crossed his mind that he would one day feel bloated after consuming too much Dao strength in a single day. The Dao strengths in the depths of the infinite river were pure, primitive, and rich. As long as one could reach this place, they would gain unimaginable benefits. Unfortunately, even though the universe furnace had appeared many times before, rarely could anyone step into the infinite river. Even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hardly reach Yang Kai's current depths. Although the infinite river didn't look menacing from the outside, it was actually filled with mortal danger. Without sufficient understanding of their own grand Tao, one wouldn't be able to resist the corruption of the currents. It was a challenge to one's body, soul, and grandas. There was no doubt that the Ninth Order Masters were powerful, and they had strong attainments in their grandas, but they had merely met the criteria. Without the soul-warming lotus protecting their soul, and a word tree clone or 4-universe pillar sealing and stabilizing their small universe, they would not be able to move around freely in the infinite river. As such, no one managed to snatch the countless opportunities in the infinite river over the eons. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was envious of his main body. As an open heaven realm master, Yongkai had a small universe, so even if he couldn't refine the ambient Dao strengths yet, he could still take them away. In fact, he had absorbed many Dao strengths and sealed them in his small universe. In any case, he had never closed the portal to his small universe, so the Dao strengths continued to stream into his body. After giving it some thought, Thunder Shadow realized he shouldn't be envious. When Yongkai found his human self, the three selves would be united. By then, all the benefits that Thunder Shadow gained would blend into the main body, and everything else wouldn't matter. Upon that realization, he felt less frustrated. A long time later, Yongkai closed the portal to his small universe as though he was full. He had split his small universe into many areas where different types of Dao strengths were sealed. These Dao strengths looked like colored ribbons or creeks that moved around in those areas. Yongkai had refined a massive amount of Dao strengths in the infinite river. Now, it could be said that he had learned over 10,000 Grand Daos. The Grand Daos that he had previously only dabbled in improved significantly and reached the 6th or 7th level. Even the Grand Daos he had never touched before, which included Thunder Shadow's Thunder Dao, reached the 5th or 6th level. Countless Dao essences were present in his small universe now. Following the advancements in his mastery over these Grand Daos, he gained new insights. Since time immemorial, no one had ever learned so many Grand Daos, nor had anyone attained such mastery in them. Yongkai had reached his limit, so he was no longer able to refine more Dao strengths. He had also sealed many of them in his small universe. If he kept doing that, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. He was only trying to escape from his enemies, so he didn't expect to gain such massive rewards. To him, it was more valuable than acquiring several supreme-grade open heaven pills, which were not useful to him as the Dao strengths here were immensely beneficial. Without stopping, Yongkai brought Thunder Shadow to dive deeper. He wanted to find out what lay at the bottom of the infinite river. The progression from the outside to the inside of the infinite river went like this. Chaos split into yin and yang, which transformed into 5 elements, which then gave birth to 10,000 Grand Daos. What else was there after the 10,000 Grand Daos? Was there any further evolution? To a powerful cultivator like Yongkai, the secrets at the deepest part of the infinite river were deathly attractive. Although the infinite river was expansive, one could tell from the outside that there must be an end. Nevertheless, as Yongkai brought Thunder Shadow to explore the river, they seemed to have plunged into an abyss with no end in sight. There had to be some secrets at the deepest part of the river. Over 10,000 types of Dao strengths gathered together. Although they were clearly distinct, they could also integrate. When several related Dao strengths clashed, they might form an entirely new Dao strength. When a particular Dao strength was stimulated, it might also split into several Dao strengths. As Yongkai dove deeper, he witnessed a lot of wonders. At the same time, he felt increasingly pressured. At the top of the river, the Dao strengths were considered peaceful, which was the reason he and Thunder Shadow were able to absorb them. However, as they went deeper, the Dao strengths became increasingly unsettled, which mounted even more pressure on Yongkai. He had been trying to sustain the space-time river to protect Thunder Shadow and himself from the infinite river's erosion. Fortunately, he had already gained massive benefits by improving his mastery over many Grand Daos. Otherwise, he couldn't have persevered. As time passed, the space-time river contracted and stuck close to the pair, which was caused by powerful external pressure. As they went deeper, the originally stable space-time river started shaking. Regardless of how hard Yongkai tried to stimulate his Dao strengths, he was unable to keep the space-time river stable. At this point, the Dao strengths had become violent as every colored ribbon or undercurrent carried immense power. As Yongkai was struck, he found it difficult to take charge of where he was heading. Thunder Shadow appeared worried as he had a feeling that his main body was doing something dangerous, but he wasn't in any place to dissuade him. As such, He could only activate his Tao strengths and help sustain the space-time river to drive off the external force. A long time later, when the external force reached a critical limit, Yang Kai felt as though he had passed some kind of divide. The originally colorful environment where all sorts of grand Taos came together descended into chaos all of a sudden, after which he saw nothing but endless darkness. All the pressure disappeared abruptly, leaving Yang Kai puzzled. Did everything return to chaos after the grand Taos integrated and bloomed? In that case, wouldn't that make it a cycle? If I dive deeper, would I come across the scene where chaos split into yin and yang, and everything started over on repeat? Nevertheless, Yang Kai realized that something was amiss. The chaos in this place was different from the one at the beginning of the infinite river, which was desolate and still. The chaos in this place was tinged with a different sort of charm. The darkness in this place wasn't pitch black. Instead, there were some flickering lights. As Yang Kai looked at those weak lights, he fell into a dazed state. The flickering lights were special beings. They were natural creations, not living creatures. They came in different sizes and shapes. Some looked like chaos entities while the others did not. Yang Kai felt that he had seen these natural creations before, but he couldn't recall where. Thunder Shadow, who had been crouching on his shoulder, suddenly said, "Big brother, I think those things are dangerous." As a beast, he instinctively felt that these seemingly ordinary things were filled with unpredictable danger. If they struck them, they would be in hot water. Oblivious to him, Yang Kai stared fixedly in a particular direction where there was a wash-basin-sized existence that looked like seaweed getting tangled up. A round of light glowed in the periphery of that thing. He had a feeling that he had come across these things before, but he couldn't remember where, which was odd. Given his cultivation, Yang Kai was able to remember everything he saw. If he had really seen these things before, he wouldn't forget about them. As he looked intently, he soon had an illusion that this wash-basin-sized seaweed-like thing was magnifying before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it became a colossal being. It was magnificent and ancient. Standing in front of this existence, Yang Kai felt that he was as insignificant as dust, which made him feel flabbergasted. Then, he came to his senses, finally realizing why he felt that these things looked familiar to him. He had also recalled where he had seen them before. Strictly speaking, the things he saw back then were not the same as the ones before his eyes. They were beings with similar qualities. They were dangerous celestial phenomena that lay in the depths of black ink battlefield. He couldn't recognize them at first glance because every celestial phenomenon was different. Furthermore, the celestial phenomena he came across at the depths of black ink battlefield were massive. The largest celestial phenomenon he had seen was just as vast as a great territory, and it contained unimaginable danger. Even a ninth-order master or a royal lord might not survive if they barged into such a place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5773, Celestial Phenomena. All the celestial phenomena on the black ink battlefield were massive and magnificent. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomena in this place were petite. The difference in their sizes was the reason Yang Kai didn't associate the two together at first. It wasn't until he took a much closer look at their appearance that he realized what they were. These weak lights that came in different shapes and sizes were none other than celestial phenomena. Yang Kai was astounded as he knew a thing or two about where celestial phenomena came from. It was rumored that in the beginning when chaos split apart, 3,000 grand Taos were unclear. As such, some strange natural creations were born, and they were celestial phenomena. It could be said that celestial phenomena were strange entities that could be traced back to the ancient source of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the universe was filled with all sorts of celestial phenomena, and they were unimaginably dangerous. That was the reason there were still celestial phenomena in the depths of black ink battlefield, while there were none in the 3,000 worlds. Rarely would anyone head to the depths of black ink battlefield. Even the black ink clansmen wouldn't go there under normal circumstances, let alone humans. That was why those celestial phenomena still remained intact. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, many universe worlds sprang to life and living beings rose to power. As these beings grew and explored, they extracted resources and transformed the environment to better suit themselves, causing the celestial phenomena to gradually disappear. Now, there were essentially no celestial phenomena in the 3,000 worlds. Many had never heard of celestial phenomena in their lifetimes. Yongkai had the honor to witness the wonders of the celestial phenomena, and he had made use of a few of them to get rid of some formidable enemies. He also gained massive benefits in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Therefore, he was quite familiar with them. However, he didn't expect to see celestial phenomena in the depths of the infinite river where everything returned to chaos. Soon, he became doubtful. Are these celestial phenomena just as small as what I saw back then? Was what I saw earlier merely an illusion? As he looked intently, he was astounded all of a sudden. Perhaps what he saw was not all there was. The celestial phenomena in this place appeared petite because he was in a special environment. They might look very different if they were outside. Upon that realization, Yongkai was startled. In the depths of the infinite river, 10,000 grand daos bloomed before returning to chaos, which then gave birth to so many celestial phenomena. There was also a great sea celestial phenomenon on the black ink battlefield that had many grand Dao rivers inside of it. Similarly, many undercurrents contained Dao strengths in the infinite river. Previously, Yongkai wondered why there were so many grand Dao rivers in the great sea celestial phenomenon. After all, Dao strengths were extremely abstruse, so it wasn't likely that they were born out of nowhere. The great sea celestial phenomenon should have had such power. However, what if the great sea celestial phenomenon was born from the infinite river? That explained everything. Yongkai was astounded. He didn't have any evidence to prove his speculation, but he had a feeling that it was the truth. All the celestial phenomena in the depths of black ink battlefield and the ones that once existed in the 3,000 worlds but disappeared came from this place. Yongkai was eager to prove his point, so he dashed towards the celestial phenomenon he had paid attention to earlier. What he saw astonished him. The celestial phenomenon was supposedly not far away from him, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to approach it. Space seemed to have been extended infinitely before him, but he didn't feel any fluctuations of space principles. Furthermore, as he charged forward, the wash basin-sized seaweed-like celestial phenomenon was quickly expanding. As expected, what he had seen wasn't merely an illusion. The celestial phenomenon must be gargantuan, but it was somewhat illusory in the depths of the infinite river. Yongkai stopped in his tracks and stepped backwards. Soon, he realized that everything returned to normal. He then went over to inspect other celestial phenomena and realized that they were the same. He even saw a fog-like celestial phenomenon. Upon inspection, he discovered that what looked like dust in the fog wasn't what it seemed. The particles were unformed universe worlds. He remembered seeing a fog-like celestial phenomenon in the universe furnace, and he was shocked at that time. It didn't cross his mind that it was born from this place. All the strange-looking celestial phenomena gathered in the depths of the infinite river, which was filled with ancient and primitive auras. While swimming in this place, Yongkai seemed to have returned to the ancient times and gotten lost. A long time later, Thunder Shadow exclaimed, "Big brother." An astounded Yongkai came to his senses and realized that something was off. His Dao strengths were dissipating and blending into this place. He quickly stabilized himself and circulated his power to stop his Dao strengths from leaving his body. A terrified Thunder Shadow asked, "What's going on?" Everything was going well when an anomaly happened. If he hadn't discovered that something was amiss, Yongkai would have lost his life without knowing the reason. Meanwhile, Yongkai was soaked in cold sweat as well. Just now, he had been focusing on observing these bizarre celestial phenomena. While witnessing the wonders, he suddenly felt dead deep within. If Thunder Shadow hadn't called out to him in time, Yongkai would have lost his life. Under such a circumstance, once all his Dao strengths were gone, his figure would have melted into this place as well. Moreover, the soul-warming lotus didn't react at all while Thunder Shadow was unaffected. After giving it some thought, Yongkai realized something. The feeling of lifelessness wasn't an external force. It was born within him. As such, the soul-warming lotus didn't react in any way. Such an anomaly happened because his Tao strengths resonated with the power of 10,000 grand Taos in this place. Thunder Shadow wasn't as attuned to the environment, so he could remain alert. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had mastered a lot of grand Taos, was affected by this place. After suffering such a setback, Yang Kai became more cautious. This was a dangerous place where he couldn't be negligent. Thunder Shadow said, "Let's go up. There's nothing interesting here to see." He was still terrified. Before this, even though Yang Kai was taking a huge risk, everything was still under control. The turn of events earlier apparently surprised him as well. There was nothing much Thunder Shadow could do in this place, and once his main body was in danger, no one could save him. "You don't understand." Yang Kai shook his head. The celestial phenomena were indeed not interesting. However, the power of the 10,000 grand Taos returning to chaos and the development of various wonders were the essence of this place. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had caught a glimpse of something amazing, but he couldn't fully comprehend it. There seemed to be a wall in front of him, blocking his path. He could faintly see the beauty beyond it, but it was shrouded in fog. This place seemed to be the deepest part of the infinite river. Not only were there a lot of celestial phenomena, but there was also a long riverbed that was filled with gravel. Yang Kai had been focusing on the celestial phenomena, so he didn't pay attention to the riverbed, but while looking down, he scooped up a handful of gravel and examined it. Just as he expected, these small stones were not what they seemed to be. Instead, they were the collective of different Tao strengths. Yang Kai even realized that these small stones were actually the prototypes of universe worlds. Creation force? Yang Kai muttered. He had heard about the creation realm from Tsong for the first time. According to Tsong, the realm that was above the ninth order was the creation realm. The only one who had reached that realm was Emo, who had been shackled inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even Tsong and the other 9 martial ancestors were not in that realm. They had merely walked further down the path of the open heaven realm than any others. One could say that if they reached the creation realm, they would have been able to kill Emo. Yang Kai had no idea how abstruse that realm must be. After all, he was only at the peak of the 8th order and had yet to reach the 9th order. As such, the creation realm was still too far away from him. However, in his opinion, if they wanted to destroy Emo once and for all, someone had to reach that realm. Nevertheless, how to ascend to the creation realm remained a mystery. Otherwise, Emo wouldn't have been the only one to reach that realm after so many eons. Song and the other martial ancestors were geniuses, but even they were unable to reach that realm, let alone their descendants. Perhaps Wu Kuang, who had inherited Shi's knowledge, knew something. However, he was looking after the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so he was unreachable. Yang Kai had never really seriously considered reaching that realm. To him, the most important task was to break through to the 9th order. As such, he didn't have any energy left to ponder on something so unattainable. With that said, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of the creation realm in the deepest part of the infinite river. These were not the nurturing of simple living beings, but rather the wonders of creation of the universe itself. Every stone in his hand was the prototype of a universe world. If he took them to the outside world, they would probably become dead stars with no vitality. Yang Kai remained in the same spot and fell into his thoughts. Thunder Shadow was anxious as he was worried that his true body's Tao strengths would dissipate again. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and was ready to call out to him at any moment. Thankfully, he was relieved that the same thing didn't happen again. Although Yang Kai remained unmoving like a statue, the Tao strengths around him continued to flow. Apparently, he was trying to comprehend various aspects of the Grand Tao. A long time later, just as Thunder Shadow was growing distressed, Yang Kai suddenly moved as all the gravel in his hand fell. He then swam upwards. "Are we finally leaving?" Thunder Shadow was elated. Although he had gained massive benefits in this damned place, he wasn't willing to stay any longer. Certainly, he was pleased that the main body was leaving. They were faced with many obstacles when coming to this place, but it was much easier when they were leaving. It certainly wasn't smooth sailing, but it was no longer as difficult as when they tried to head to the depths. Soon, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow arrived at the upper part of the infinite river. The water in this place was filled with shattered Tao essence, and if they kept moving upwards, they would be able to leave. Much to Thunder Shadow's surprise, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and let the river's chaotic force wash over him. He even removed the space-time river around himself and only protected Thunder Shadow with it so that the latter would remain safe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5774. I understand. What is he doing? Although Thunder Shadow was puzzled, he knew he shouldn't disturb Yang Kai. As such, he could only wait patiently. As the violent water washed over Yang Kai, his figure swayed with it. Undoubtedly, it was dangerous to directly come into contact with the chaotic force, but it allowed him to see the truth clearly. A long time later, even his figure started falling apart. His golden blood blended into the river as it disappeared. Just as Thunder Shadow became apprehensive, Yang Kai suddenly dove deeper and arrived at the point where chaos split into yin and yang before he continued to comprehend things. Yang Kai's figure was in a terrible state as his skin started cracking. As the water surged over him, a layer of his skin was peeled off. His hideous expression suggested that he was in excruciating pain. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow was now completely anxious. If Yang Kai lost his life in this place, he would become a true laughingstock. Moments later, Yang Kai understood something and dove deeper. Soon, he reached the point where yin and yang split into the 5 elements. His flesh started coming apart. The powers of his dragon vein and the towering evergreen divine manifestation were fully activated, but they did little to stop his injuries from worsening. When Yang Kai dove deeper for the last time and reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand Daos, his aura was extremely weak. He was like a candle amidst the storm, at risk of losing his life at any moment. His entire figure was covered with blood as the infinite river's erosion made him look battered and miserable. If not for the fact that he still had some vitality left, and the space-time river was still being sustained, Thunder Shadow would have thought that the main body was dead. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was ill at ease. He had figured out what the main body was trying to do, but it was a huge risk to take. If an accident occurred, the damage would be irreversible. In the depths of the infinite river, Yang Kai's badly injured figure remained still as he let the water strike him from all directions, his aura constantly weakening until it reached a critical limit and his originally listless eyes suddenly started shimmering. Just then, Thunder Shadow heard the main body shouting, "I understand." The next moment, 10,000 grand Daos started surging from his injured figure. They were his own Dao strengths, not those in the infinite river. The Dao strengths integrated and formed a protective layer outside the space-time river. Then, Yang Kai's figure shot upwards. As it happened, the Dao strengths around him evolved. When he reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand Daos, the 10,000 grand Daos around him evolved into 5 elements. When he reached the point where yin and yang transformed into 5 elements, and the 5 elements around him evolved into yin and yang. When he finally reached the upper part of the infinite river, everything around him returned to chaos. Moreover, as Yang Kai swam upwards, the space-time river around him trembled violently. Thunder Shadow couldn't help feeling that space and time seemed to have turned upside down. It felt like space and time were reversing as flesh started appearing on Yang Kai's damaged figure out of thin air. Eventually, he returned to his original state. Although he no longer looked battered and miserable, his aura was still weak. Nevertheless, he was energetic and elated. "I see." He then turned to look at Thunder Shadow and asked, "Did you understand?" Thunder Shadow was on the brink of breaking into tears. "What am I supposed to understand?" He figured that Yang Kai was trying to comprehend the secrets behind the evolutionary process from chaos to the 10,000 grand Daos. However, he had never cultivated the 10,000 grand Daos before, so how was he supposed to understand anything? At that moment, he only wanted to tell Yang Kai to stop torturing himself as it was bad for his heart. Knowing what was on Thunder Shadow's mind, Yang Kai merely smiled in response. It wasn't that he wanted to torture himself, but since the opportunity was there, he just wasn't willing to miss it. When he dove into the infinite river for the first time, Yang Kai used his Tao strength to shield himself. As such, he was unable to comprehend anything, nor did he intend to. It wasn't until he witnessed the end of the 10,000 grand Taos at the bottom of the infinite river that he had the urge to comprehend everything he witnessed. Therefore, he decided to give up the protection of his Tao strengths and expose his body and mind to comprehend the wonders of chaos giving birth to the 10,000 grand Taos. Naturally, this process came with huge risks, but the outcome was extraordinary. Yang Kai had gained immense benefits in the infinite river and even had a feeling that his experience in this place would change the way he cultivated in the future. Moreover, he formed a doubt after experiencing this whole process. Was what everyone knew about Imo correct? Was Imo really in the creation realm? In the past, Yang Kai had not doubted it. After all, Song had said so. However, after Yang Kai went through the process of 10,000 grand Taos returning to chaos, he realized that Imo might not be in the creation realm. In any case, that wasn't what he should be concerned about at the moment. If he wanted to face Imo, he had to solve the trouble brought by the Black Ink clan first. As for how his injured figure recovered so rapidly, the truth was it hadn't. Currently, both his Tao of Time and Tao of Space were at the 8th level, and he had mastered the space-time river. Therefore, while in the space-time river, he could mark a particular point in time and, when it was necessary, restore his physical state to that particular point. It was a new way of using the space-time river, which he had mastered in the infinite river after his understanding over the numerous grand Taos improved significantly. Yang Kai wasn't able to use it in the past because other than the Tao of Space and Tao of Time, he hadn't mastered the other grand Taos to such a degree. During the restoration process, Thunder Shadow felt as though space and time were reversing when in fact, that wasn't what happened. Under the space-time river's blessing, Yang Kai returned to a state he had marked at a particular point in time. Certainly, he had to consume lots of Tao strength to achieve this, and it was not without risks. It was a novel technique that would prove to be useful in some situations, but had serious limitations and drawbacks. Then, Yang Kai turned to look at the depths of the infinite river with a dark gaze. He believed that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg, and there must be even more secrets in the infinite river. That was because when the 10,000 Tao strengths around him returned to chaos, he could clearly feel that something faintly resonated with him from the other end of the infinite river. However, he had to fully activate his Tao strengths to touch upon those endless wonders, so he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. As he thought about it, he realized that the resonance was odd. Where did the resonance come from? Since time immemorial, the universe furnace had appeared many times and allowed many human cultivators to become ninth-order masters. However, no one had ever seen the universe furnace itself. Even the ninth-order old ancestors, who had lived for a very long time, had no idea what the universe furnace really looked like or where it was. The infinite river ran through the entire universe furnace world, and there was no doubt it was an important part of the universe furnace. Therefore, the resonance in the distance was certainly worthy of attention. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't have time to explore it, for he had been held up in the infinite river for a long time already. He wondered about the outcome of the fight between humans and the Black Ink clan. After some calculations, he realized that the 9th Grand Tao evolution would take place soon. Once that happened, the universe furnace would close. It's time to leave. Certainly, he felt that it was a shame. If he had known beforehand, he would have immediately explored the infinite river the moment he entered the universe furnace. However, if he had done so, he wouldn't have acquired a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Trade-offs could not be avoided. And so, Yang Kai led Thunder Shadow to dash upwards and soon left the infinite river. As he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, though, he was startled. Thunder Shadow hurriedly said, "There are calls for help everywhere. It seems that they've come across formidable enemies." Thunder Shadow had a communication bead that was used to contact others. He always brought it with him so that he could send or receive information at any moment. Nevertheless, humans' communication method was inferior to those of the Black Ink clan. Since he could receive a message that asked for assistance, it showed that the other party wasn't far away. "I'll ask them where they are," Thunder Shadow said. There's no need for that. The moment Yang Kai finished speaking, he charged forward in a particular direction, for he could already feel the fallout of battle. A moment later, his expression turned solemn. Although he had detected the fluctuations, he couldn't feel them clearly. As he moved closer, though, he had a feeling that the fights were unusual. The battle was intense, and the auras were chaotic. Moreover, there were a lot of people on both sides, including royal lords and Ninth Order masters. Is this the final battle? Yang Kai had never expected that the situation outside had become so violent after he dove into the infinite river. Unbeknownst to him, his snatching of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was what set off this final conflict. After successfully stealing the pill, Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow with him and snuck into the infinite river. The Black Ink clan certainly wouldn't give up searching for him, so they summoned more people over. On the other hand, humans had to deal with the increasing number of enemies. As such, more and more people on both sides gathered together. When the Chaos Spirit King joined in, everything flew out of control. If the Chaos Spirit King was the only issue, even though the humans would still be at a disadvantage, they could have still persevered. After all, Yang Shui, a new Ninth Order master, appeared out of the blue and seriously injured Xiao Yu. Nevertheless, when a new royal lord joined the battle, the humans fell into a perilous situation again. Mo Nai had arrived and joined his fellow Black Ink clansmen. That was what Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow saw when they reached the edge of the battlefield. Yang Lai was battling against Xiao Yu and two groups of territory lords who had formed four symbols formations. Xiao Yu had been wounded by Yang Shui, so he was no longer a match for Yang Lai on his own. Left with no choice, he summoned 8 territory lords, who then formed 2 battle formations and joined forces with him. There were more masters from the Black Ink clan than the human race to begin with, so 8 of them joining Xiao Yu wouldn't change the overall situation. Only then could they contend with Yang Lai and even gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yang Shui was fighting with the Chaos Spirit King on her own. As world force and chaotic force clashed, the situation was truly intense. Yang Shui was at a disadvantage, but she did her best to keep the Chaos Spirit King at bay. Yang Xiao and 5 8th Order Masters had formed a 6-paths formation and were fighting with Mo Nai with the help of the Flowing Time Temple, but they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Other humans surrounded a particular place and fended off the Black Ink clan's attacks from all directions. Yang Kai could also sense the fluctuations of a human race master achieving a breakthrough in that direction, and he found the aura familiar. Xiang Shan. He's attempting a breakthrough. Martial Peak, Chapter 5775, Sneak Attack. Only then did Yang Kai realize why the humans refused to retreat despite being at a disadvantage. They had to protect Xiang Shan, who was lucky enough to have acquired a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Kai initially wanted to give Xian Shan the spirit pill he had found, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. It was wonderful that Xiang Shan had his own opportunity, but it was terrible that he attracted the Black Ink clan's attention at the most critical moment of his ascension. Some of the things Yang Kai saw on the battlefield also surprised him. First of all, he hadn't seen Yang Shui for many years. As such, he was surprised to learn that his little sister was now a 9th Order master. As her big brother, he was still at the peak of the 8th Order, so while he was gratified, he was also a bit embarrassed. As he thought about it, he had done a terrible job as a son and as a big brother. Yang Shui was born because Yang Kai loved venturing into the outside world, so he couldn't keep his parents company most of the time. Furthermore, they usually wouldn't get any news on him for many years. Worried that they might learn about their son's death one day, they decided to give birth to another child, for they knew that they couldn't rely on their son. That was the reason Yang Shui was born. However, as her big brother, Yang Kai had rarely taken up any responsibility for her. He didn't keep her company when she was growing up, nor did he teach her how to cultivate when she was young. Even when she and Yang Xiao ventured into the outside world, he had never given her much protection. Now, just like him, Yang Shui had to join the war to kill the Black Ink clan, leaving their parents back in High Heaven Palace, waiting for their return. It was an awful fate for all of them. Apart from Yang Shui, Yang Kai was also surprised by Mo Nai. That guy was battling against Yang Xiao with his 6 paths formation on the battlefield, and he had gained the upper hand. One had to know that Yang Xiao had the flowing time temple's assistance on top of forming the six paths formation with him as the core. How was it possible that Imo Na-yi was a match for them? Imo Na-yi was just a pseudo-royal lord, and he couldn't have possibly recovered from his near-death situation in such a short amount of time. In the folded space, Yang Kai all but killed him, so under normal circumstances, a five elements formation should have been more than enough to restrain Imo Na-yi. As Yang Kai observed them for a while longer, though, he became shocked. Imo Na-yi wasn't as badly injured as Yang Kai thought, and he was no longer a pseudo-royal lord. The power he was using showed that he was a true royal lord now. Did that bastard obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill? Yang Kai was naturally displeased. It was true that good people would usually die young while a scourge would live a long life. It was a shame that he hadn't managed to kill Imo Na-yi in the universe furnace's folded space back then. Nevertheless, at that time, Yang Kai didn't expect that his actions would trigger the universe furnace's self-defense mechanism, sucking him into the universe furnace world and allowing Imo Na-yi to survive. Presently, Thunder Shadow still crouched on Yang Kai's shoulder, using his innate divine ability to conceal both of their auras. While looking in a particular direction then, he sent Yang Kai a divine sense transmission. Second brother is over there. He was naturally aware of Feng Tianxi's existence. After all, they had come across each other on several occasions while fighting the Black Ink Clan in the various Great Territory battlefields. However, it wasn't until he heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Ouyang Lai that he realized Feng Tianxi was Yang Kai's human self. Yang Kai nodded, for he saw Feng Tianxi as well. Presently, Feng Tianxi was part of Yang Zhao's Six Paths formation. It was thanks to their close collaboration that they managed to oppose a royal lord like Imo Na-yi for so long. It wasn't that Yang Xiao didn't want to form a Seven Stars formation. If he could do that, it would certainly help with their situation. At the very least, they would find it easier to fight with Imo Na-yi. Nevertheless, the human race had fewer people on their side as compared to the Black Ink Clan, and all of them were tangled up in fights. If they asked someone to assist them, a different part of the defense line might break. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to form a Seven Stars formation. If they were not close enough and couldn't collaborate tacitly, it would be better to stick to the Six Paths formation than forcibly try to form the Seven Stars formation. At the very least, it was easier for Yang Xiao to sustain the Six Paths formation. In general, things were not looking optimistic for the humans. Yang Shui and Ouyang Lai, both Ninth Order Masters, could still manage to deal with their own opponents. However, Yang Zhao's team and the ones protecting Xiang Shan were in a perilous situation. Once Yang Zhao's group was defeated or the defense line was broken through, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. At that moment, Yang Kai was glad that he didn't spend any more time in the Infinite River. To the human race, he and Thunder Shadow, who were hiding in the dark, were their best bet to turn the situation around. Yang Kai had to look for a chance and make a move to lift some pressure off his side. He could ignore the Chaos Spirit King, for Yang Shui was powerful enough to restrain it. Furthermore, he believed that even if he launched a sneak attack, he couldn't possibly harm the Chaos Spirit King. If he couldn't kill it with one strike, it would only become more agitated and aggressive. Could he deal with the two royal lords then? Both royal lords were not at the peak of their powers. Ouyang Lai's opponent seemed to be horribly injured as his aura was unstable. However, he had joined forces with 8 territory lords to stabilize his situation. Imo Na-yi was wounded as well, but his injuries weren't serious. Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill either of them. At best, he could injure them. As such, he decided to set his sights on the weaker targets. The humans felt immensely pressured mainly because there were over 10 pseudo-royal lords. Even if both parties were in one-on-one fights, the human race masters would still feel intimidated. Many more pseudo-royal lords had entered the universe furnace world, but these were the only ones on the battlefield at that moment. The other pseudo-royal lords were either on their way or didn't bring Black Ink Nest with them. As such, the key to this battle wasn't the fights between the royal lords and the Ninth Order Masters, but Xiang Shan. As long as they could hold on until Xiang Shan achieved a breakthrough, they could turn the tides as they would have another Ninth Order Master. Yang Kai soon made a decision. Given his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a royal lord. However, with Thunder Shadow's help, he could probably end a pseudo-royal lord's life. After he sent a transmission to Thunder Shadow, they silently flew towards the battlefield. At that moment, the Black Ink clan were trying to break through the human race's defense line, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal yet. As such, many of them roared furiously. The Black Ink clan was at an advantage as they had more people on their side. The territory lords could also form 4 symbols formations, negating a large part of the humans' advantage. Nevertheless, the humans also had warships with them, which allowed them to form a solid defense line around Xiangshan. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, the human race masters only had to defend themselves. The defensive arrays on the warships had been fully activated and linked with each other to form a sturdy shield. Without breaking the warship's protection, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to deal a decisive blow to the humans. That was the reason the humans could hold on for such a long time despite having fewer people on their side. Nevertheless, the warships were not unbreakable. Once they were damaged, the humans would have to directly deal with the enemies. By then, no one could tell how much longer they could persevere. In a particular spot of the defense line, a pseudo-royal lord that looked like a humanoid ox with horns on his forehead madly released waves of black ink strength, striking the light barrier in front of him, dimming it significantly. He could feel that the defense line made from warships in this spot was about to break apart at any moment. Once that happened, the humans would have to directly face his wrath. "Ants, you die today," he growled with bloodshot eyes. Despite being at an advantage, he did not forget to weaken the humans' morale as well. Regardless of whether it was useful at all, he felt much better after shouting it out. He had been in life-and-death fights with the human race masters in the past many times. Before he became a pseudo-royal lord, the opponents he had come across were all difficult to deal with. This time, hundreds of human race masters were unable to flee. Once the defense line was shattered, slaughter would be inevitable. It would be a huge victory that the Black Ink clan hadn't enjoyed for a long time, so he was naturally quite pleased. He could already imagine that scene in his mind. All of a sudden, he felt his chest tightening and a chill shoot up his spine. He was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. The pseudo-royal lord was startled. Before he could figure out what was going on, though, he felt an aura appear from behind, one that was so savage that he felt a sharp pain in his skin. Someone was launching a sneak attack on him, and the person was powerful. In an instant, the pseudo-royal lord realized what was going on. Before he could ponder on who stealthily attacked him or how the person approached him without his knowledge, though, black ink strength around him exploded to form a protective cover and obscure his exact position. Nonetheless, his efforts proved useless. The moment his black ink strength exploded out, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp object had penetrated his figure. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a familiar-looking young man with a cold expression and a murderous gaze. At the most critical moment, the pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly enough. He leapt forward to widen the gap with his attacker, and the weapon left his body, drawing a gush of blood with it. An abstruse power lingered on his wound, however, making him feel uneasy. Behind him, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Just as he expected, it wasn't easy to kill a pseudo-royal lord. With Thunder Shadow's help, he managed to approach the opponent without alerting him and successfully launched a sneak attack. Nevertheless, it was still impractical to try to end a pseudo-royal lord's life with only one strike. At the end of the day, Yang Kai was still weaker than the other party. If the opponent was a territory lord, even an innate one, Yang Kai had the confidence to kill them with one move. Without hesitation, Yang Kai retracted his spear and released the space-time river. The water rushed towards the pseudo-royal lord and swept him up into it. Before the pseudo-royal lord could shout to warn the others, he disappeared into the river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5776, The Power of the River. The turn of events shocked both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen. None of them could clearly see what happened. They only knew that a river appeared out of the blue, after which a pseudo-royal lord vanished out of sight. As they looked in the same direction, Thunder Shadow appeared with a figure surrounded by lightning. He then turned into a lightning ball and growled before biting a territory lord. The territory lord was only an acquired one and was bitten by Thunder's shadow while he had his guard down. As lightning struck, the territory lord trembled uncontrollably, and all his black ink strength dissipated. Thunder's shadow exerted more force with his mouth and split the territory lord's body in half. With a contemptuous gaze, it spat out the body and roared, "What are you looking at? I'll bite you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of another territory lord. Opening his hideous mouth, he sank his teeth into the opponent. Thunder Shadow was powerful to begin with. When Yang Kai bumped into him back then, Thunder Shadow was already able to hold off several territory lords on his own. Then, in the depths of the infinite river, he devoured a lot of compatible Dao strength to the point he became stuffed. Now, he was 30% stronger than in the past. Naturally, no acquired territory lord was a match for him anymore. In just several breaths of time, 2 territory lords had lost their lives. No one could find Thunder Shadow when he was hiding, and when he struck, he did so ferociously, making it difficult for his opponents to respond or defend themselves. While the Black Ink clan was reeling from the shock, the humans were ecstatic. They realized that strong reinforcements had arrived. Apart from Thunder Shadow, who had made a name for himself on the various great territory battlefields, the human, who had appeared momentarily, wasn't weak either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted a pseudo-royal lord. Several human race masters recognized the signature space-time river. People like Zhang Tianhe, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had witnessed Yang Kai using the river before, so they knew he had arrived. There was no doubt that the person who launched a sneak attack on the pseudo-royal lord and dragged him into the space-time river was Yang Kai. They had been doubtful about why Yang Kai, who had caused all this chaos, was nowhere to be seen while the humans were locked in an intense fight with the Black Ink clan. Only now did they finally relax slightly. Although Yang Kai had only brought a leopard with him, his presence alone gave them massive confidence. On the battlefield, Thunder Shadow wandered around the space-time river and killed several territory lords. Just then, a pseudo-royal lord came over and sent out a punch. Thunder Shadow was sent flying away while coughing up blood. Just as the pseudo-royal lord was preparing to end his life, though, the leopard disappeared into the void again. Thunder Shadow's goal was clear. He only had to target the territory lords to keep them at bay. Even Yang Kai couldn't easily kill a pseudo-royal lord, let alone his monster self. If he forced himself to contend with a pseudo-royal lord, Thunder Shadow would be courting death. Given his innate divine ability and powerful combat skills, though, it was easy enough for Thunder Shadow to kill some acquired territory lords, which was what Yang Kai asked him to do. They had to lift some pressure off the humans guarding this position. However, Thunder Shadow soon realized there was nothing much he could do on his own. There were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, after suffering some setbacks, the territory lords quickly formed battle formations, ensuring that Thunder Shadow couldn't easily kill them. As numerous Black Ink clansmen scanned the surroundings, even Thunder Shadow could hardly conceal his figure using his innate divine ability. The pseudo-royal lords discovered his whereabouts and struck several times, causing the lightning around him to dim. With a pair of amber eyes, Thunder Shadow glanced over at the space-time river, which was undulating violently and charged forward. At the same time, it exclaimed, "Save me, big brother." Several pseudo-royal lords relentlessly raced after him, while many rained their attacks on the space-time river. Regardless of what technique it was or who activated it, since their opponent was there, they just had to attack. The space-time river shook violently because of external pressure as well as the internal fight. Right after Yang Kai summoned the space-time river and swept the Ox pseudo-royal lord into it, he too dove in. He was so swift that hardly anyone could see him clearly. Inside the space-time river, Yang Kai naturally held the advantage. Although he couldn't control everything like he did in his small universe, he was in a favorable position in the river. Presently, the space-time river was filled with many more Dao strengths, which formed countless undercurrents and enacted all sorts of wonders. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, 10,000 grand Daos, chaos. The entire evolutionary process took place repeatedly, completely confusing the opponent's senses. While hiding in the river, young Kai waited for a chance to flare up and kill the enemy. Just as Thunder Shadow called for help, everyone could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly vanished inside the raging river. The next instant, waves spread out as a figure shot out with a corpse with no black ink strength left in his hand. All the black ink clansmen were flabbergasted. A pseudo-royal lord was killed in such a short time. Although there were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords present, none of them had lost their lives despite fighting with the humans for such a long time. Now, one of them had been killed just like that. Meanwhile, a young man stood above the river with a dispassionate expression before tossing the corpse away as though it was common trash. Yang Kai, a black ink clansman exclaimed, for he finally made out Yang Kai's face and realized his identity. On the other hand, a solemn Emo Na Yi, who had been suppressing Yang Xiao, roared, Yang Kai. After entering the universe furnace world, he acquired an opportunity to become a royal lord and even healed most of his injuries. He initially thought that if he came across Yang Kai again, he would have a chance to kill him once and for all. Now, it seemed that while he gained an opportunity, it wasn't like Yang Kai acquired nothing. Yang Kai had become significantly more powerful than when they parted ways previously. The strange river was obviously a new technique he had created, one Emo Na Yi had never seen or heard of before. More importantly, he was concerned about the fact that Yang Kai was now able to pose a serious threat to the pseudo-royal lords. Although Yang Kai had killed Di Wu before, that was the result of many coincidences and specific circumstances. It wasn't a reflection of his true power. Emo Na Yi was deeply astonished. Yang Kai was already at the peak of the 8th Order, so his power supposedly shouldn't improve any further in his lifetime. Nevertheless, contrary to common knowledge, Yang Kai's strength had increased tremendously. Such a person posed a huge threat to the Black Ink clan, so he had to be killed as soon as possible. Secretly, Emo Na Yi was glad that Yang Kai wasn't so capable yet when he dealt with him previously. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a miserable state, since he was only a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Unlike how heavy-hearted Emo Na Yi was, Ouyang Lai was elated as he cheered, "You finally showed up, you stinking brat." He initially thought that Yang Kai had lost his life since the latter had not appeared even after all this time. Now, it seemed that he shouldn't have worried about him, for Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. The moment he appeared, he even managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life, which boosted the humans' morale greatly. "Big brother," Yang Shui called out as well. Yang Kai turned to look at her and put on a smile. "Focus on dealing with your opponent." An obedient Yang Shui replied, "Yes." Then, Yang Kai turned his head back and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he held an advantageous position with the space-time river's help, he had to pay a certain price to kill a pseudo-royal lord in such a short time. Nevertheless, it was worth it. "Kill him," Emo Na Yi roared. Nothing good ever happened when Yang Kai was around, and this time was no exception. Yang Kai was undoubtedly a huge threat. Although the Black Ink clan was currently at an advantage, Yang Kai might be able to turn things around in some crazy way. If possible, Emo Na Yi would love to end Yang Kai's life with his own hands. However, he was unable to shake off Yang Xiao and the others, who were now relentlessly pushing back against him. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen didn't have the guts to disobey Emo Na Yi's order. Several pseudo-royal lords rushed towards Yang Kai from different directions, locking their auras onto him before they even arrived. The pseudo-royal lords had learned their lesson, so they wouldn't dare underestimate Yang Kai. After they communicated with each other using their divine senses, they decided to use their most powerful moves altogether. Yang Kai snorted and called out to Thunder Shadow before retracting the space-time river. The next instant, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability, after which both of them disappeared. "There!" A pseudo-royal lord growled while looking in a particular direction. He then pushed out a fist. In that direction, a battered Thunder Shadow reappeared. "Why did you hit me? Big brother isn't with me," he yelled while spitting blood, which made him look quite embarrassed. The pseudo-royal lord, who had struck Thunder Shadow, was startled, but in the next moment, he heard the sound of rushing water. He immediately turned his head and widened his eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai was already in a different spot as the river appeared abruptly before retracting. Like a gale gusting through leaves, over 10 territory lords were swept into the river this time. The next moment, Yang Kai took the river and ran away. While all the Black Ink clan masters shifted their attention to Yang Kai, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and fled. Naya's expression changed drastically. Seeing that several pseudo-royal lords were now in a daze, he furiously roared, "Go after them!" Regardless of what kind of technique that river was, after a pseudo-royal lord fell into it, he died just a few breaths later. It was obvious that those territory lords were doomed. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords came to their senses and raced after them. Nevertheless, how could they possibly capture or even catch up to Yang Kai? His figure flickered several times before he soon got rid of them. Naya's expression changed again as he ordered, "Come back." The pseudo-royal lords stopped in their tracks and returned at once. They looked grumpily at Naya, who told them to chase after Yang Kai but then summoned them back the next moment. What the hell does he want? Martial Peak, Chapter 5777, Six Paths Formation in Danger. Naya ignored those pseudo-royal lords while feeling vexed. The same thing happens every time. Whenever he had to deal with Yang Kai, despite being more powerful, he would always lose his temper. That was because Yang Kai could flee swiftly if he was no match for the other party. That was the reason Naya had been putting up with him for such a long time. This time, he could no longer tolerate it or retreat. Yang Kai. He growled as his attacks intensified. Those in the Six Paths formation, which was led by Yang Xiao, felt immensely pressured in an instant. Still, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were initially able to go against Naya with 6 8th Order Masters joining forces. Moreover, they had the Flowing Time Temple's help. However, at this moment, they found it hard to hold on any longer. It was indeed hard to deal with an enraged royal lord. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a lot of military merits to modify and upgrade the Flowing Time Temple, so it was now just as powerful as Dawning Light back then. Although the temple's defenses had been fully activated, it still shook violently and some cracks began to form. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was equally furious. Naya had been cursing at Yang Kai but raining the attacks on his adoptive son instead, which was outrageous. Was the adoptive son supposed to bear the brunt for his adoptive father? Stop calling out to me. Do you think I'm your father or something? Yang Kai's voice was heard all of a sudden. In the meantime, ripples formed in the void as the man returned with the flowing river in his grip. Right in front of everyone's eyes, he shook the river and cast away more than 10 figures. As they looked in that direction, they were shocked. Those figures were the territory lords that had been swept into the river earlier. However, in just several breaths of time, they had lost all vitality. They were still alive and kicking just moments ago. The problem was, there were no wounds on their bodies, and they appeared oddly at ease. It was as though their lives were snatched from them while they were asleep. The scene terrified the Black Ink clan. Since Yang Kai was able to kill a pseudo-royal lord with his strange river, there was no doubt that the territory lords that were drawn into it were doomed. What horrified them, though, was that they had no idea how those territory lords were killed. It was only natural that people feared the unknown. Yang Kai was able to slaughter those territory lords without much effort, which was why they were fearful. The moment Yang Kai reappeared, the pseudo-royal lords made a move as their powerful secret techniques swept across the void. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles undulated. Although he was struck several times, he still managed to break the siege and flee from the attacking pseudo-royal lords. While spitting blood, he charged forward in a particular direction. In that direction, more than 10 territory lords, who had formed different battle formations, felt deeply distressed. It was apparent to them what Yang Kai was up to. They had just witnessed their clansmen's deaths, and their corpses were still warm. They certainly wouldn't want to die along with them. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reach them, these territory lords hurriedly tried to run away. Just then, Thunder Shadow, who had gone into hiding amidst the chaos earlier, reappeared abruptly with a figure surrounded by lightning. With him as the center, a gigantic lighting ball exploded and formed a giant web. In an instant, the territory lords stiffened. At the same time, the human race masters in that direction cast their divine abilities and secret techniques at those territory lords. The humans were in a passive position a while ago because they had to form a defense perimeter to protect Xiangshan. As such, they were unable to move around. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, they could only focus on defending themselves. Fortunately, with the warship's protection, they managed to hold on. Now that there was a chance to make a move, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do so. The moves from Thunder Shadow and the human race masters ensured that the territory lords were unable to run away, and the instant Yang Kai arrived, he swept those territory lords into the river. A heartbroken Emo Nai roared, "Yang Kai, you dare?" Across from him, Yang Xiao and the others in the Six Paths formation were in a perilous situation as they felt even greater pressure from their opponent. Yang Xiao secretly lamented, thinking that he was there to bear Emo Nai's wrath in his adoptive father's stead. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had captured over 10 territory lords, ran away with the space-time river. While spitting blood, he announced, "I'll be back." Hong long long. Star. The pseudo-royal lords fully activated their powers and struck in the direction where Yang Kai was fleeing. However, his figure kept flickering and disappeared soon after. Emo Nai's face was gloomy as he thought that Yang Kai was indeed a huge threat to them. Whenever Yang Kai appeared, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses. This time, apart from over 20 territory lords, even a pseudo-royal lord had been killed. Moreover, since it took several pseudo-royal lords to even partially restrain Yang Kai, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the humans' defense line. Initially, the humans were in a passive position, but they were now able to fight back. In some places, they had even gained the upper hand as the territory lords were forced to step back. Seeing this, Emo Nai knew that they couldn't allow Yang Kai to dictate the flow of the battle any longer. Otherwise, they would just be led around by the nose. He had dealt with Yang Kai several times, so he understood the latter very well. Based on past experiences, once Yang Kai managed to influence the war enough, the Black Ink clan was doomed to fail. After making up his mind, Emo Nai barked, "Focus on breaking their defense line and killing Xiangshan." The pseudo-royal lords immediately turned around and charged towards Xiangshan. That was what they had been doing before Yang Kai disrupted them, and with the help of these pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan once again seized the initiative. Although more than 20 territory lords had been killed, the overall situation hadn't changed. They were still at an advantage. It had to be said that Emo Nai was a brilliant strategist and tactician. He didn't lose his composure because of Yang Kai's intervention and understood that the key to this battle was whether Xiangshan would successfully break through or not. As long as the Black Ink clan could stop that from happening, the humans would lose the chance of having a new Ninth Order master, and victory would belong to the Black Ink clan. They had a great chance of achieving their goal, as well as it wasn't like the humans could persevere forever. Once Emo Nai shattered the Six Paths formation in front of him, he could provide even more assistance to the siege. By then, Xiangshan would be doomed. If not for Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan would have been in control of everything the entire time. Despite Yang Kai's appearance, as long as the Black Ink clan could stick to their plan, the humans wouldn't be able to turn things around. The best they could do was to stall for time. Seeing how intense the battle was, Yang Kai had a solemn expression. Corpses of the territory lords in perfect condition dropped out of the space-time river again. Given enough time, he could have continued to harass the Black Ink clan, slaughtering the territory lords to weaken their collective power. Nevertheless, as he observed the battlefield, he knew that time was running out. It wasn't that something had happened to the defense line surrounding Xiangshan. Before his arrival, even though the humans were at a disadvantage as they had fewer people on their side, they were able to resist the bombardment of attacks from the enemies. Since more than 20 territory lords had been killed, they felt less pressured. The problem was with Yang Xiao and his Six Paths formation. After all, they were dealing with a true royal lord. Despite having the flowing time temple's help, they were still no match for Emo Nai. It was already commendable that had held on until now. At that moment, The flowing time temple was about to collapse. While Yang Xiao was pale, some people around him spat blood and their auras plunged. These 6 Eighth Order Masters were a complete entity. If one of them collapsed, the entire battle formation would come apart. When that happened, Emo Nai would be able to kill all of them. Emo Nai could tell that they were on their last legs, so he bombarded them with attacks that were as violent as a storm. At the same time, he growled through clenched teeth, "Yang Kai, I heard that he's your adoptive son. Are you going to just watch as I kill him?" They had been contending with each other for years, but even if he couldn't kill Yang Kai, he had the confidence to slaughter his adoptive son. In the void, Yang Kai arched his brow. Is he trying to provoke me? What is he trying to achieve? What's the point of him provoking me at this point? Is he worried that I'll target those territory lords instead? Is that why he's forcing me to confront him to pin me down? It's possible. However, Yang Kai knew that he mustn't underestimate Emo Nai, who was not only very patient, but cunning. Over the years, he dealt with Yang Kai directly a few times, so it was obvious he was up to something by trying to provoke him under these circumstances. Regardless of what his intention was, Yang Kai had no choice but to help. Yang Xiao and his 6 Paths formation were on their last legs. As Emo Nai rained attacks down on them, the battle formation would fall apart at any moment. As Yang Kai guffawed, he stepped forward and bellowed, "You only know how to bully a child? Why not ask his father first?" Yang Xiao rolled his eyes when he heard that. He was an ancient dragon who was several thousand years old. After all, how could his adoptive father call him a child? As Yang Kai brushed past the defense line, he released and retracted the space-time river like it was a whip, after which several territory lords were swept into it. In an instant, currents surged in the river as 10,000 grandas were stimulated. When Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield, the corpses of those territory lords fell out of the river with no vitality left. He then stepped into the 6 Paths formation, which was led by Yang Xiao, and infused his aura into it. Instantly, the 6 Paths formation became the 7 Stars formation. However, Yang Xiao's face blanched as he roared. As the core of the formation, he had to harmonize the powers coming from all directions, so he felt immensely pressured. Since he was an ancient dragon with a figure of over 90,000 meters long, he was better able to bear such pressure, but he had never formed a 7 Stars formation with others before, so he found it difficult to harmonize everyone's power at that moment. When he led the 6 Paths formation just now, the battle formation could still run smoothly. However, the instant Yang Kai joined them, the battle formation started shaking violently, as though it would come apart at any moment. That was the reason the human race masters found it hard to form stronger battle formations. When it came to battle formations, more people was not always better. Just like shoes, one had to choose ones that fit. The 8th Order Masters that could form a 7 Stars or 8 Trigrams formation were those who spent millennia fighting together, so they understood each other extremely well. They also had to rehearse the battle formation countless times so that they could achieve the desired result when dealing with enemies. On top of all that, it was dangerous for Yang Kai to barge into a battle formation that was already running to begin with. If something went wrong, instead of forming a higher battle formation, he would make the original one break apart. Martial Peak, Chapter 5778. 7 Stars turns into 8 Trigrams. Once the battle formation fell apart while they were dealing with a formidable opponent, they would be doomed. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to take a huge risk. The battle formation trembled as Emo Nai's attacks never ceased. The 7 of them were forced to step back. One of the members was badly injured. His aura plunged as he spat blood. Helpless, Yang Kai activated the space-time river to surround them and ward off Emo Nai's attacks, which helped lift some pressure off them. Nevertheless, even the space-time river, which was based on the Tao strengths of space-time and infused with 10,000 grandas, couldn't fend off a royal lord for long. Faced with the violent attacks, the river was immediately sent into turmoil, which caused Yang Kai's vitality to undulate. Rotate the core. He growled through clenched teeth. While sustaining his aura, he stepped towards Yang Xiao, who moved away at the same time. Although they had never practiced forming a battle formation before, nor were they really related by blood, Yang Xiao blindly believed in Yang Kai. That was because it was thanks to Yang Kai that Yang Xiao was born safely into this world back then. The two figures replaced each other in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai became the core of the formation while Yang Xiao stood in his adoptive father's previous position. As streams of aura came from all directions, Yang Kai quickly made some adjustments. The initially turbulent battle formation soon stabilized. At the same time, their auras rose rapidly like the sun at the break of dawn and reached new heights. There was a price to pay, though. The space-time river was almost destroyed by Emo Na Yi. The moment they were done with the change of formation, Yang Kai quickly took control of the space-time river, turned it into a whip, and lashed Emo Na Yi with it. The Tao strengths shook as Emo Na Yi staggered upon impact. He was flabbergasted because Yang Kai's power had increased significantly. Before the universe furnace's appearance, he was hunting Yang Kai down as a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack and could only flee in embarrassment. At the most critical moment, the universe furnace appeared all of a sudden, and the space surrounding its projection became something like a trap, which provided shelter for Yang Kai. If not for the universe furnace's appearance, Yang Kai would have been killed. Now, the battle formation that had been formed with Yang Kai as the core seemed able to go against a true royal lord like him. There was no doubt that the battle formation was powerful, but it also showed how formidable Yang Kai was. It was at that moment that Emo Na Yi knew he had made the right decision. Xiang Shan becoming a Ninth Order Master was indeed a crisis, but Yang Kai would be a bigger threat to them if he wasn't killed. Emo Na Yi believed that he could kill two birds with one stone this time. With Yang Kai as the core of the formation, the human race masters successfully formed the Seven Stars formation, which was significantly more powerful than the previous Six Paths formation. Even when dealing with a royal lord like Emo Na Yi, they were no longer in a difficult situation. The fight between them was so intense that space around them heaved and shattered. Yang Xiao hurriedly stowed the tattered Flowing Time Temple. He and Yang Shui had inherited the artifact from Flowing Time Great Emperor, and it had accompanied them for thousands of years. He had no choice but to use it to deal with the opponent earlier. If it was destroyed, he would be quite heartbroken. Now, he didn't have to worry about the Flowing Time Temple being destroyed. He just had to collaborate with Yang Kai. It was much easier than when he had to lead the entire formation earlier. While engaging in a hot-blooded fight, Yang Kai frowned. This wasn't enough. Although they had formed the Seven Stars formation with him as the core, they still found it hard to oppose Emo Na Yi. The crux of the problem wasn't the Seven Stars formation, but rather that all of them had suffered various degrees of injury already. In particular, one of the Eighth Order Masters was badly injured, and his aura was unstable. The power coming from him was much weaker than those of the others. That was the reason the Seven Stars formation's power couldn't be fully activated. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai sent a voice transmission to the Eighth Order Master. Upon hearing that, the Eighth Order Master nodded. "Please be careful." Saying so, he immediately left the battle formation. The others were shocked as someone leaving at this point might cause the battle formation to fall apart. Nevertheless, the next moment, someone filled in the position where the Eighth Order Master previously stood. After a moment of turmoil, the battle formation stabilized. The person was none other than Thunder Shadow. He had been hiding somewhere nearby and waiting for a chance to make a move, but he had yet to find an opening. After receiving a divine sense transmission from Yang Kai, he promptly replaced the injured Eighth Order Master and ensured that the Seven Stars formation wouldn't break apart. While busy, he flashed a smile at Fong Tianci and called out intimately, "Second brother." Fong Tianci responded with a smile. On the other hand, Yang Xiao was astonished. "Your brothers? No way. Brother Thunder Shadow is a monster race member while Old Fong is a human. When did you two become family? Why didn't I know that?" Furthermore, as far as he was concerned, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow had rarely come into contact before. After all, Thunder Shadow only started getting active in different Great Territory battlefields 1,000 years ago. Prior to that, he spent most of his time cultivating in the Myriad Monsters world. He was a great emperor of the Myriad Monsters world where there was a world tree clone. By cultivating there, Thunder Shadow could increase his power much faster. As such, Yang Xiao was puzzled as to why they called each other brothers when they were supposedly not close. Fang Tianci replied meaningfully, "There are many things that you don't know." Yang Xiao felt that there was some underlying meaning in those words, but it wasn't the right time to probe. Therefore, he could only suppress his doubt and focus on dealing with the opponent before them. It had to be said that with Thunder Shadow joining the formation, the Seven Stars formation instantly became more powerful, and they were able to run the battle formation far more smoothly. Despite that, they were still not at an advantage when going against Emo Nai. Yang Xiao was astounded at that, for he didn't expect a royal lord to be so mighty. He initially thought that with his adoptive father leading the battle formation, it would be easy for them to push Emo Nai back, but now it seemed that he had misjudged the situation. He reckoned that Emo Nai didn't go all out earlier. Otherwise, even though they had the flowing time temple's help, the enemy could have easily destroyed him and the Six Paths formation. Yang Xiao wasn't the only one who realized this problem. It seemed to Yang Kai that Emo Nai was getting stronger as the battle progressed. Although Thunder Shadow had replaced the wounded 8th Order Master, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Something is off about this guy. Since he's so powerful, why didn't he kill Yang Xiao and the others quickly earlier? Was he worried that he'd be injured? That was an understandable thought, as it was quite troublesome once a Black Ink clansman was injured. If Emo Nai pushed Yang Xiao and the others over the edge, he might have been seriously wounded if they decided to throw all caution to the wind. Could it be that he had other considerations? Regardless of his intention, Emo Nai displayed a strong sense of fortitude that Yang Kai had never seen in other Black Ink clansmen before. As they exchanged moves, their divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed. It was undoubtedly a life-and-death battle. Yang Kai grew apprehensive as time passed. He had the confidence to persevere. After all, he was used to this kind of combat. Yang Xiao, as a Dragon Clan member, would be fine too. As a Monster Race member, Thunder Shadow could hold on as well. Nevertheless, the other 8th Order Masters wouldn't be able to last long, not even his human self, Fang Tianci. They were injured to begin with, so if the intense battle dragged on, their wounds would only exacerbate. Therefore, they had to deal with Emo Nai quickly. It was extremely difficult to kill him, for he was a royal lord. As such, they could only try to injure him and force him to retreat. After making up his mind, Yang Kai shouted, "Blood Crow." In the defense line surrounding Xiangshan, a figure looked up in Yang Kai's direction with bloodshot eyes. His body was covered with a red aura, and he gave off a mad and bloodthirsty vibe. It was none other than Blood Crow. With a smug expression, he grinned. "Have you finally realized how important I am?" Yang Kai replied solemnly, "Cut the crap and come over here." "Fine, fine," Blood Crow shrugged and exploded the next moment. He turned into countless blood-colored crows and brushed past the Black Ink clansmen. Emo Nai's expression changed drastically when saw this and yelled, "Stop him!" Without the need for him to give an order, the Black Ink clansman made a move the moment Blood Crow tried to break through the siege. Divine abilities and secret techniques were cast, after which half of the blood-colored crows were killed. The remaining half successfully fled before they came together and transformed back into Blood Crow. He smiled contemptuously. "Do you think you can stop me?" The next instant, he charged towards Yang Kai. Emo Nai directly pushed out a palm at Blood Crow, one that seemed to cover the entire void. Since he had realized Yang Kai's intention, he certainly wouldn't allow Blood Crow to come over. "In your dreams." Yang Kai roared and surged his power before whipping Emo Nai's wrist with the space-time river. As both parties clashed, the Seven Stars formation shook while Emo Nai staggered. Seizing the chance, Blood Crow approached Yang Kai and announced, "Dawn's Blood Crow joins the formation." "Come." Yang Kai adjusted the battle formation as he led Blood Crow's aura to integrate. The Seven Stars formation instantly became the 8 Trigrams formation, and their collective power had increased by more than 30%. On the other hand, Emo Nai was shocked as he saw them really form the 8 Trigrams formation. Although he had heard that some human race masters were able to form the 8 Trigrams formation, he had never seen it before. Moreover, the 8 trigrams formation had only appeared once, and it lasted for a short time. That was because this kind of battle formation was extremely taxing for the one acting as the core. Moreover, the last time this formation took shape, the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished. However, the Black Ink clan also paid a hefty price as a pseudo-royal lord was killed. It was at that time that the 8 trigrams formation amazed everyone, and no one had yet to make it happen again. When Yongkai summoned Bloodcrow to come over, Mo Nai already suspected that the other party wanted to set up this battle formation. After the Black Ink clan failed in their attempt to stop Bloodcrow, Mo Nai still hadn't lost hope though. It was extremely difficult to establish the 8 trigrams formation, and even Yongkai might not be able to create this miracle. After all, Yongkai had been on his own over the years, and he had never rehearsed any battle formations with other people. How was it possible that they could form such a formation at a moment's notice? In fact, Mo Nai was already surprised that Yongkai was able to run a 7 stars formation with ease. But now, the 8 trigrams formation was right before his eyes. Those 8 figures had their aura closely connected, and they appeared even more intimidating than a royal lord like him. At that instant, Mo Nai knew that he was in trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 5779, Fierce Battle. Mo Nai couldn't figure out how Yongkai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation without much difficulty. Before Yongkai summoned Bloodcrow, Mo Nai was in control of everything, including besieging Xiangshan and suppressing Yang Xiao and the others in front of him. However, once the 8 trigrams formation took shape, he lost control of the situation. This guy can always do things that surprise us. The 7 stars formation that they had formed with Yongkai, as the core was already able to go against him. Now that the 8 trigrams formation had been established, they appeared even more intimidating. How was Mo Nai supposed to be a match for them? He almost couldn't contain the urge to use the trump card. Xiao Yu was the one who set up the trump card. In fact, it was meant to be used at the most critical moment to ensure that they would win this battle, and was the reason Mo Nai was confident about destroying Xiangshan and Yongkai at the same time. Nevertheless, if he used his trump card now, he certainly could stop Xiangshan, but Yongkai would likely escape. In that case, all the waiting and forbearance would be for naught. If he only wanted to kill Xiangshan, he could have used his trump card early on. He had been tangled up with the humans because he was waiting for Yongkai to appear, as he was certain that the latter would come. Just as he expected, Yongkai arrived, although slightly late, but everything was still going to plan. Compared to Xiangshan, Mo Nai had a greater desire to kill Yongkai. He had a feeling that if he allowed Yongkai to live, he would prove to be a bigger threat than Xiangshan becoming a 9th Order Master. Everything was within his control before the 8 trigrams formation came into existence, which disrupted his arrangements. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Nai suppressed his uneasiness, for it wasn't time to spring his trap yet. Although Yongkai had managed to form the 8 trigrams formation, it wasn't easy to kill a royal lord like him. As such, Mo Nai still had a chance to achieve his goal. Furthermore, no one was certain how long the 8 trigrams formation could last. How long could Yongkai, as the core, sustain such an arduous battle formation? Once he collapsed, the 8 trigrams formation would naturally fall apart. At the thought of this, Mo Nai stopped being aggressive and started defending himself instead. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, he was forced to retreat. Although he appeared to be in a difficult situation, he didn't suffer any injuries. Across from him, Yongkai couldn't help complimenting Mo Nai in secret, for his opponent had made the right decision. If one wasn't a match for the enemy, he shouldn't fight with them head-on. If he were Mo Nai, he would have made the same decision. Sometimes, being defensive was more effective than being aggressive. It was fine if your opponent was only on par with you, for as long as one could stall for time, the more aggressive one would generally run out of strength sooner. Since Yongkai had to adjust and harmonize everyone's aura to sustain the 8 trigrams formation, he felt immensely pressured. Although he was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, he still found it hard to sustain this formation for a long time. What was more, Mo Nai had decided to stall for time. If they couldn't injure him and force him to back down within an hour, their advantage would disappear. It seems that I have to take a risk. If they couldn't settle Emo Na Yi using the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai would have no choice but to unite his 3 selves and attempt to ascend to the ninth order. Wu Kuang was the one who taught him the 3 selves source reconstitution art, which was a technique devised by Shi to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm method. No one had ever cultivated it since its invention, though, so no one could give Yang Kai any valuable insight. How was he supposed to unite his 3 selves? Could he really break his shackles and ascend to the ninth order by doing so? Yang Kai didn't have the answers to those questions. Therefore, even though his human self and monster self were by his side, he didn't choose to unite them. He initially intended to wait for the dust to settle before he returned to the 3,000 worlds and looked for a suitable place to proceed. In that case, even if there were any mistakes, he would have some room to rectify them. If he united his 3 selves in this situation, once he made a mistake, he would probably be doomed, and the human race would be in hot water too. All the same, Yang Kai had to get prepared given the power and resilience that Emo Na Yi showcased. Hopefully, he wouldn't need to use his trump card. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai still sent a divine sense message to Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow, after which they started taking action in silence. Originally, in the 8 trigrams formation, his human self and monster self had only integrated their aura and energy with Yang Kai. However, upon receiving his transmission, they also released their spiritual energy and resonated with Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai was able to run the 8 trigrams formation nearly effortlessly. Meanwhile, the gazes of Thunder Shadow and Feng Tian Ci became hollow as though their souls practically left their bodies. Only their auras continued to stream into the battle formation. The 8 trigrams formation became effortless to operate not because Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, was mighty, but rather because there were 2 special existences in the battle formation. The human self, Feng Tian Ci, and monster self, Thunder Shadow, were created by Yang Kai. They were essentially soul clones, though different from how one traditionally defined a soul clone. They had gone through their formative years separately, so they had their own unique personalities and experiences. However, if the main body needed their collaboration, they could work seamlessly with him. Therefore, Yang Kai only had to harmonize the powers of the other 5 people when sustaining the 8 trigrams formation and could ignore the human self and monster self, Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow, as they would perfectly collaborate with him. In other words, Yang Kai was controlling an 8 trigrams formation with the difficulty of a 6 paths formation. Furthermore, Yang Xiao and Blood Crow were part of the battle formation, whom he was very familiar with and had a high degree of trust with, which made the collaboration easier. If it was anyone else other than Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to pull off such a feat. By resonating their very souls with Yang Kai, Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow had basically surrendered themselves to him, allowing the main body to take control of their actions entirely. That was the reason they were able to run the 8 trigrams formation far more smoothly. Emo Na Yi was stunned when their attacks suddenly intensified, not having expected their power could still increase at this point. Given his acute insight, he could naturally see the crux of the problem, which was why he was astonished. Is Yang Kai that trustworthy? 2 people in the battle formation have practically abandoned their own will and turned into a simple source of energy for him. If Yang Kai held even the slightest ill intentions towards them, he could kill them with a thought. Certainly, Emo Na Yi was envious of the fact that the humans were so united. The Black Ink clan were no match for them in this regard. Although they all came from the most supreme being, they were selfish. Emo Na Yi was no different. If he was not selfish, he wouldn't have become a pseudo-royal lord and eventually a royal lord. And so, he gritted his teeth and held on while madly releasing his Black Ink strength to fend off the intensifying rounds of attacks. Even if he couldn't contribute to the battle anymore, Mo Na Yi wouldn't want to make a mistake either. As such, he decided to persevere and wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai was dealing with Xiao Yu and 2 4 symbols formations formed by the territory lords on his own. Despite that, he remained brave and ferocious. As his violent power surged, Xiao Yu and the 8 territory lords could hardly counterattack, leaving them in a perilous situation. It was thanks to Yang Shui that Yang Lai was able to pull off this display. If Yang Shui hadn't stealthily approached Xiaoyu and injured him, Yang Lai would have only been able to deal with the latter instead of fighting with a royal lord and 8 territory lords at the same time. While in an intense battle, he still paid some attention to the entire battlefield. When he saw that Yang Kai had successfully set up an 8 trigrams formation to suppress Emo Nai, he was ecstatic, but he soon became worried. An 8 trigrams formation was extremely draining for the one acting as the core, so even Yang Kai couldn't persevere for long. To suppress a royal lord, Yang Kai had to be in top condition at all times. Otherwise, the opponent might turn things around. It was a challenge for Yang Kai as well as the other members of the 8 trigrams formation. An anxious Yang Lai couldn't help but roar, "Still not done yet, Big Head Xiang?" A long time had passed, but Xiang Shan still hadn't achieved a breakthrough. Although there were some obstacles when Yang Lai attempted his own ascension, he didn't take nearly this long. Given their situation, if the humans wanted to win this fight, they had to pin their hope on Xiang Shan. As long as Xiang Shan could make it to the 9th Order, they could turn the situation around and slaughter the enemy forces here. They might even be able to kill the 2 royal lords. However, Xiang Shan had to disappoint them. He was touted as a rare talent, but he couldn't achieve an ascension as quickly as he should. Yang Lai had clearly lost his temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Xiang Shan at such an important moment. He could feel that Xiang Shan's aura was unstable, hovering around the peak of the 8th Order but unable to break through to the 9th Order. That was why Yang Lai was so frustrated. With the help of a supreme-grade open heaven pill, it supposedly wasn't difficult to make it to the 9th Order. At the very least, it wasn't too hard for him. At that moment, Xiang Shan was also aggrieved. He didn't expect to face so many obstacles when attempting a breakthrough. Undoubtedly, Yang Kai was the one who set off this fight when he snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Nevertheless, Xiang Shan was the one who escalated events when he accidentally revealed his aura while attempting a breakthrough. If his breakthrough was successful, they could destroy the Black Ink clan present. However, if this dragged on, the situation would only worsen for the humans. He naturally wanted to shatter his shackles and make it to the 9th Order as soon as possible. Nonetheless, the hidden damage left over from when his order regressed back then was more severe than he thought. Although he eventually managed to make it to the 8th Order again, the boundary wall in his small universe seemed to have thickened. That was the reason ordinary-grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Supposedly, someone like him didn't need a supreme-grade open heaven pill. He only needed some ordinary-grade open heaven pills to break the bottleneck and ascend to the 9th Order. If the boundary walls of other 8th Order masters were like a thin membrane, his boundary wall was akin to a meter-thick metal wall. Since the boundary wall in his small universe was so thick, the medicinal efficacies of ordinary-grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Although a supreme-grade open heaven pill was indeed effective, it still took time to break down the boundary wall. Unfortunately, the thing the humans were most lacking right now was time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5780, Offense and Defense Reversed. Supreme-grade open heaven pills were undoubtedly the best opportunities in the universe. Xiang Shan could clearly feel that, with the help of the supreme-grade open heaven pill, the thick boundary wall surrounding his small universe was slowly dissolving. When it was destroyed, he would make it to the 9th Order. However, up until now, only 70% had been broken down. The remaining 30% was still stopping his small universe from expanding, which made it impossible for him to break through. Although he was anxious, there was nothing much he could do. If he gave up, the humans would no longer be in a passive position. At the very least, they would no longer need to surround and protect him. Nevertheless, if he gave up now, the supreme-grade open heaven pill would be wasted. In this kind of situation, how could someone like him, a mere peak 8th Order master, do anything to turn things around? Only by ascending to the 9th Order could he help the human race destroy the Black Ink clan here. Just like Yang Lai, Xiang Shan was equally anxious, but there was nothing he could do. As such, he gritted his teeth and madly pushed his strength to refine the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies in the hope that the boundary walls in his small universe would dissolve faster. In a particular spot of the defense line made up of human race masters, 5 8th Order masters, who had previously parted ways with Yang Kai, formed a 5 elements formation to ward off the enemies. Presently, Tian Xiuzhu, who was an old veteran 8th Order master, served as the core of the formation while Zhan Tianhe, Xiongji, Lu Feifei, and Lin Wu supported him. Apart from Lin Wu, who ascended to the 8th Order inside the Universe Furnace World, the others were already 8th Order masters before arriving in this place. As such, the battle formation they had established was fairly powerful. As they fought, though, Lin Wu suddenly sent a transmission to everyone. I'm worried that senior brother Yang and the others might not be able to hold on for long. Before he brought this matter up, the others didn't give it much thought. But now, even Lu Feifei worriedly spoke up, the 8 trigrams formation is too draining for those in the formation. When Yang Kai successfully formed the 8 trigrams formation, the humans were just as surprised as the Black Ink clansmen. However, because the core was Yang Kai, a legendary figure who could make the impossible possible, they quickly accepted the situation. Although the battle formation had been established, though, no one could tell how long it could last. Everyone could see that, which was why Amo Na Yi was stalling for time, and Ouyang Lai blew his top. Tian Xiuzhu chastised them by saying, "Don't get distracted. Focus on dealing with the enemy in front of you." At this point, they had to concentrate on warding off the Black Ink clan instead of worrying about others. If the enemy managed to break their defense, Xiang Shan would be in danger. Tian Xiuzhu secretly thought that these new 8th Order masters were just not as hardened as the long-time ones. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have just obeyed his order. However, Lin Wu seemed insistent as he went on to say, "Senior brother Tian, we have to lend a helping hand to senior brother Yang. Once their battle formation collapses, not just senior Xiang Shan will be in danger, all of us will be." Tian Xiuzhu furrowed his brow. How are we supposed to assist them? He had no idea what was on Lin Wu's mind. They were surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, so it was difficult for them to break the siege as it is. Blood Crow managed to escape earlier because his secret art was unique, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. None of them had techniques that could replicate what Blood Crow had done, so how were they supposed to leave? Moreover, if they did that, the humans in this place would surely face greater pressure. Lin Wu replied quickly, "It's not that I doubt senior brother Yang's capabilities. Given his strength, he can certainly sustain the 8 trigrams formation as its core for some time. But what about the others? How long can they hold on? Apart from senior brother Yang, if any one of them collapses, the battle formation will break apart." He was only telling the truth, and it was a matter everyone was concerned about. Then, he continued, "Given the situation, only we can lend senior brother Yang a helping hand. If we don't come up with a way, do we wait until the 8 trigrams formation falls apart? Please consider my suggestion, senior brother Tian." The others fell into their thoughts as well. Lin Wu said they were the only ones who could give Yang Kai a helping hand because they were faced with less pressure compared to the other masters. After all, they were dealing with an injured pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. There were over 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and although Yang Kai had killed one of them, there were still many more to deal with. Presently, they were applying pressure on the humans in different places. Tian Xiuzhu and the others were dealing with Meng Ke and some territory lords. Certainly, Zhan Tianhe and the others were familiar with Meng Ke as he, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had faced off against him together with Yang Kai, Ouyang Lai, and Thunder Shadow some time ago, leaving both sides battered. Since Meng Ke was badly wounded before this battle broke out, he was unable to fully utilize all his power. It was unlike the other pseudo-royal lords, who were all in top condition. As such, the other human race masters were unlikely to break the siege. If they wanted to provide support to Yang Kai, their group would have the best chance of achieving this goal by settling Meng Ke first. It had to be said that Lin Wu was a shrewd person. After his persuasion, Tian Xiuzhu couldn't help falling into his thoughts as well. A moment later, he nodded, "You have a point. Only we can help junior brother Yang and the others." At that moment, he couldn't help feeling he had grown too old. Although he was more experienced than the young ones, he wasn't as flexible as them. Lin Wu then said grimly, "Senior brother Tian, We'd better get prepared early so that we can lend them a hand at any moment. Tian Xiaozhu nodded almost imperceptibly. Follow my lead.
Yes.
They all replied. The next moment, Tian Xiaozhu surged his divine sense and sent a transmission to the human race masters in the nearby battle formations. A moment later, they nodded imperceptibly as they were ready to offer their help when Tian Xiaozhu and the others took action. Soon, everything was prepared. However, Tian Xiaozhu didn't immediately act to assist Yang Kai as it was an arrangement that they would rather not use. Presently, they had to sustain the current situation and protect the defense line. Once it was necessary for them to shift to providing assistance, though, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Everyone in the 8 trigrams formation felt immensely pressured, and even Yang Kai was injured and soaked in blood. Every time they attacked, it was a strain on their bodies and souls. They had no choice, though, as their opponent was a royal lord. On the other hand, Imo Na-yi was equally battered. Faced with the 8 trigrams formation, he could hardly counterattack and was forced back repeatedly as his black ink strength was scattered. Strictly speaking, a 7 stars formation was enough to deal with a newly promoted royal lord like him. With Yang Kai as the core, they could even oppose a veteran royal lord like Imoyu with an 8 trigrams formation. There was no doubt that Yang Kai and the others were at an advantage at that moment, as all of them were going all out to kill the royal lord before them, but it was still extremely difficult to do so. Regardless of how battered Imo Na-yi looked, he was still a true royal lord. Unless they were significantly more powerful, they couldn't end his life. Yang Kai and the others were caught in a dilemma. Although they had expected this outcome, they were still unable to turn things around. The space-time river had been turned into a long whip, and every time Yang Kai wielded it, 10,000 Grandas evolved and integrated to release awe-inspiring might. Despite his majestic aura, however, it would inevitably wither as time passed. When the 8 trigrams formation started showing signs of weakening, a battered Imo Na-yi guffawed, "Yang Kai, if you can't kill me today, you will die." Yang Kai glared at him without saying anything and wielded his whip. The attack was supposed to be fierce, but it became sluggish all of a sudden. In the battle formation, one of the 8th Order Master was no longer able to hold on as he tipped his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his aura plunged. He had been holding on for far too long. Over thousands of years, humans had always formed battle formations to deal with their enemies. However, an 8 trigrams formation of 8th Order Masters had only appeared once before today. At that time, the formation only lasted for 20 breaths, after which the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished while the other 7 were seriously wounded. Their sacrifice was not in vain, though, as they managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord and several territory lords. Since then, the 8 trigrams formation had never appeared again on any battlefield until Yang Kai managed to pull off this feat. This time, they had been holding on for an hour. Although Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, had borne half the pressure, the others didn't have it easy. The pressure didn't only come from the battle formation, but also Imo Na-yi's attacks. Since an 8th Order Master was no longer able to persevere, it wouldn't be long before more people collapsed. Seeing this, Imo Na-yi stopped being passive and became smug instead. "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he switched from defense to offense. Black ink strength surged and swept over them like a storm. Yang Kai knitted his brow tightly. Left with no choice, he surrounded them with the space-time river to ward off the attacks. At that instant, the humans fell into a passive position, and their remaining advantage was gone for good. Simultaneously, Tian Xiaozhu, who had been paying attention to the battle over there, sent a transmission to his surrounding allies with a determined gaze. "It's time. Please lend us your aid, everyone." Following that, the human race masters in that section of the defense line surged their divine abilities and secret techniques. Unlike how passive they were earlier, they took the initiative to attack. The turn of events caught the Black Ink clansmen off guard, and for a moment, they found it hard to resist their opponents. Meng Ke, who was in charge of this sector of the line, was startled for a moment. He could see members of a 5 elements formation charging towards him as though they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Tian Xiaozhu, who was at the front, roared, "Black ink bastard! Go to hell!" His imposing aura shocked Quebec. Although he was the third pseudo-royal lord to be born within the Black Ink clan, he had never been used or valued. Now, there were quite a few pseudo-royal lords, and as such, he became even less important. He had always been ambitious. Initially, he intended to make a great contribution while in the universe furnace world. Nevertheless, luck wasn't on his side. He repeatedly came across powerful opponents and became injured, which was why he was so frustrated. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5781. Replacing the members. When Meng Ke saw Tian Xiuzhu and the others charging towards him, he naturally wouldn't dare take them head-on in his current state. Instead, he instinctively moved away. Much to his surprise, Tian Xiuzhu didn't intend to exchange moves with him at all. He and the other 4 people brushed past him and shot off towards Yang Kai. After becoming startled for a moment, Meng Ke came to his senses and growled, "Don't even think about leaving. I'll make all of you stay." Although he had no idea what their intention was, he could tell that these 5 Eighth Order Masters were moving to assist Yang Kai somehow. Certainly, he wouldn't allow that to happen. There were about 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and each was doing an excellent job in contending with the humans. If only his opponents managed to flee, Meng Ke would be held responsible. He had never been valued to begin with, so if these 5 people ruined Imo Naye's plan, the latter would never let him off. As such, Meng Ke was determined to make Tian Xiuzhu and the others stay. He forcibly activated his power and chased after the 5 elements formation. While he was at it, he made countless attacks at the enemies. Meng Ke's attacks could not be underestimated. Left with no choice, Tian Xiuzhu and the others had to counterattack. As both parties became entangled with each other, they approached the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Imo Naye were in a fight. Soon, Tian Xiuzhu furrowed his brow. This matter couldn't drag on. They either had to shake off Meng Ke as soon as they could, or send some people to give Yang Kai a hand. Otherwise, they would lure a powerful opponent to Yang Kai's side and make things worse. He could see that 2 Eighth Order Masters in the 8 trigrams formation were no longer able to hold on. Ouyang Lai, who was battling against Xiao Yu and others, noticed what was going on as well and intended to lend them a hand, but he couldn't break free from Xiao Yu and the other territory lords. Certainly, they couldn't expect Yang Shui to help either. Strictly speaking, she was no match for the Chaos Spirit King and had to go all out just to hold it back. At the most critical moment, Tian Xiuzhu roared, "2 of you go." The other 4 people in the formation knew what he meant. Lin Wu promptly said, "I'll go." Saying so, he left the battle formation and charged towards Yang Kai. The next moment, another figure flew away. It was none other than Zhan Tianhe. It was a huge risk to take to move towards Yang Kai and Imo Naye's battlefield. If one wasn't careful enough, they would lose their lives. Lin Wu was a newly promoted 8th Order Master who managed to break through in the universe furnace world, but he was willing to take up such a task. As a senior brother, Zhan Tianhe naturally couldn't back down. After 2 people left, the 5 elements formation instantly turned into a 3 fortunes formation. Furthermore, following a long fight, Tian Xiuzhu and the others were no longer at the peak of their powers, so how were they supposed to deal with a pseudo-royal lord? Undoubtedly, they were put in a perilous situation. Fortunately, it wasn't easy for Meng Ke to kill them either. This guy was badly injured to begin with, so his strength had been greatly reduced. If he were at the peak of his power, he could have destroyed a mere 3 fortunes formation quite quickly. 2 breaths later, Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe arrived somewhere near the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Imo Naye were locked in combat, and Lin Wu yelled, "Senior Brother Yang, we're here to help." Yang Kai replied gladly, "You've come at the right time." He was worried about how to sustain the 8 trigrams formation when these 2 promptly arrived to replace their injured members. Of the members of the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai, who served as the core of the formation, was close to 4 of them. They were his human self, Fong Tianci, his monster self, Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao, and Blood Crow. He wasn't familiar with the rest. One of them was a veteran 8th Order Master while the remaining 2 were newly ascended 8th Order Masters. The two new Eighth Order Masters were the problem. Their heritages were not as ample as that of the veteran, nor were their bodies as strong as Yang Xiao and Thunder Shadow. Their foundations were not as solid as those of Feng Tianci and Blood Crow. While contending with the enemy alongside Yang Kai, they had borne too much pressure. Their bodies were about to fall apart, and their small universes were also in turmoil, causing their auras to be unstable. If this dragged on, they would soon collapse. Once that happened, the 8 trigrams formation would break apart. That was the reason Nai started being aggressive. Although he risked injuring himself, he was determined to break the battle formation. He even specifically struck as hard as he could at where the new 8th Order Masters were positioned. Once they lost the 8 trigrams formation, they wouldn't be a match for Nai. By then, he could kill whoever he wanted. Nevertheless, his plan was suddenly disrupted by Tianxiu Zhu and the others. Seeing that 2 energetic 8th Order Masters were about to join the battle formation, Nai grew anxious. As such, his attacks intensified. He even tried to directly make a move on Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't allow that to happen, adjusting everyone's aura to contend with the opponent. At the same time, he secretly told the new 8th Order Masters to look for a chance and let Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe replace them. They nodded in agreement, but they appeared embarrassed and unresigned. At such a critical moment, they were the problem in the formation, and they might even cause their side to lose the fight. It was only natural that they felt ashamed. Nonetheless, they were indeed running out of energy, and the pressure, both internal and external, had caused their small universes to descend into chaos. If this dragged on, they would be the cause of the battle formation coming apart, and Yang Kai and the others would be even more affected. Rather than hanging on at all costs, it would be best if they could retreat at this point. Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe dashed towards Yang Kai. Before they even arrived, they connected their auras with the formation. It was extremely risky to replace the members of a battle formation during a fight. To begin with, it was already hard to form an 8 trigrams formation. Since everyone's aura was connected, if they replaced the members in the middle of combat and did not manage to maintain the connection, the battle formation would break. It was an especially huge challenge for the person who served as the core. After all, as the core of the formation, Yang Kai had to harmonize and adjust everyone's power and aura. It could be said that the core of the formation was the most important person in any battle formation. The moment Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe connected their auras with the battle formation, the 2 new 8th Order Masters were ready to withdraw. Yang Kai had to spend more energy to keep the battle formation stable, which worsened their already terrible situation. Naturally, Nai seized the chance and struck them with increased intensity. Upon impact, the battle formation trembled and staggered backwards. The next instant, 2 figures shot out of the battle formation while Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe entered it. Yang Kai roared and diverted all his focus to adjusting the battle formation, allowing Nai to continue to rain down attacks on them. After a moment of turmoil, the 8 trigrams formation stabilized. The battle formation was formed once again. Finally, everyone became at ease. At the same time, they were amazed and glad that Yang Kai was the one leading the battle formation. If the core was someone else, the battle formation would have probably fallen apart then and there. Meanwhile, Tianxiu Zhu, who was leading Xiong Ji and Lu Fei to deal with Meng Ke, shouted, "Come here and help us." They were no longer able to hold on. It seemed that Meng Ke felt ashamed because he was at fault for letting the opponents have a chance to replace the members of the 8 trigrams formation. As such, he ignored his injuries and madly surged his power to vent his fury on Tianxiu Zhu and the others. Given the intensity of the fight, even if he managed to kill his opponents, he would also end up in a terrible state. However, that was the last of his concerns right now. The 2 new 8th Order Masters, who had just left the 8 trigrams formation, quickly stuffed some spirit pills into their mouths and approached Tianxiu Zhu. When contending with Nai earlier, they didn't even have time to consume pills. The moment the 2 new 8th Order Masters joined Tianxiu Zhu and formed a 5 elements formation, they finally felt a lot less pressured. Nevertheless, they couldn't persevere for long. After all, these 2 new 8th Order Masters were badly wounded. "Come to me," Ouyang Lai shouted. Presently, he was dealing with Xiao Yu and two force symbols formations made up of territory lords. Although he wasn't at an advantage, it wouldn't be hard for him to protect someone else. Upon hearing that, Tianxiu Zhu led the other four to approach Ouyang Lai without hesitation. Naturally, Meng Ke relentlessly chased after them. Soon, both parties came together, and it was now one Ninth Order Master and a Five Elements formation facing a Royal Lord, a Pseudo-Royal Lord, and two Force Symbols formations of Territory Lords. The two sides were almost equally matched now, with the humans being at a slight disadvantage, but with there not being any risk to Tianxiu Zhu and the others' lives for the time being. When Meng Ke realized that he wasn't able to kill his enemies, he slowed down his attacks. Now, he had calmed down. Knowing that there was no turning back, he prioritized his own safety. Since he was injured, he was better off not overexerting himself. The battlefield was highly unpredictable. After the replacement of members, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai finally became stable, and once again, Mo Naiyi was at a disadvantage. While Yang Shui's situation remained unchanged, Ouyang Lai was faced with more pressure. Meanwhile, the humans remained united as their defense line held steady. They were determined to protect Xiangshan, so although the Black Ink clan had a far greater number of people on their side, they were unable to break through for now. In truth, if the Black Ink clan ignored their own safety and forcefully tried to break the defense line, they might succeed. However, that would require the pseudo-royal lords to endanger themselves. Perhaps half of them would be killed if they wanted to achieve their goal in short order. These pseudo-royal lords were created using the source fusion technique, and each one represented the sacrifice of more than 10 innate territory lords. They were the survivors who came out of a cruel process, so they valued their lives more than any other Black Ink clansman. Certainly, they weren't willing to lose their lives in such a place. Therefore, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, they were unable to destroy the humans' defense line. In the center of the defense line, Xiangshan was seated with his legs crossed. The illusory phantom of his small universe hovered behind him as his aura continuously undulated. He was on the brink of breaking past the limit of the Eighth Order. By now, 90% of the boundary wall in his small universe had been dissolved. He was on the brink of breaking through his shackles. Once the boundary wall was gone, the territory of his small universe would expand. Only then would he make it to the Ninth Order. While fighting with the numerous enemies, Ouyang Lai somehow found time to curse at Xiangshan and urge him to break through fast. Nevertheless, this process couldn't be rushed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5782, Mo Na Ye's Trump Card. Yang Kai became slightly at ease. He had been paying close attention to Xiangshan. After all, the key to winning this battle was whether Xiangshan could make it to the Ninth Order in time. As he felt the aura coming from Xiangshan surging, he believed that the latter would achieve a breakthrough soon. He had no idea why it took Xiangshan such a long time to make it to the Ninth Order. Previously, he stood guard for Ouyang Lai when the latter attempted a breakthrough, but it was done fairly quickly. Before his arrival, Xiangshan had been refining the supreme-grade open heaven pill for quite a while. Now that such a long time had passed, it was a mystery as to why Xiangshan hadn't broken through yet. He speculated that it had something to do with the fact that Xiangshan's order dropped previously, which might have had some unexpected consequences. Nevertheless, the most difficult time had passed. As long as Yang Kai could hold on for a while longer until Xiangshan made it to the Ninth Order, the humans would be able to strike back. The birth of a new Ninth Order Master would shatter the deadlock. By then, they might even be able to kill Mo Na Yi and the other Royal Lord. Ha ha ha. Someone was heard laughing in the middle of the fight. A startled Yang Kai lifted his gaze and saw Mo Na Yi looking at him with a faint grin. There seemed to be some underlying meaning behind the smile, and Yang Kai's heart clenched as he had a bad premonition. Why is this guy laughing under such circumstances? Both parties had been enemies for millennia, so they understood each other quite well. Mo Na Yi was a patient and cunning strategist, making him an extreme outlier within the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai hadn't suffered a fatal setback when dealing with Mo Na Yi, but he would never underestimate the latter. At this point, Mo Na Yi shouldn't be laughing. Instead, he should be trying his best to break the 8 trigrams formation. So, Why did he seem so amused? His smile was meaningful, as though he was confident about winning even now, mocking Yang Kai for being ignorant. A sense of danger abruptly rose within Yang Kai. Alarmed, he realized that he might have missed something, and thinking back, there were some details he had failed to notice before. He had already felt that something was amiss before now. Since Emo Nai was able to face off against the 8 trigrams formation for such a long time, it proved that he could have destroyed the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao previously. However, he didn't do that. Before Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Xiao and the other 5 had been dealing with Emo Nai on their own. Initially, Yang Kai thought that Emo Nai was worried about injuring himself. After all, it would be troublesome if a Black Ink clansman was injured in the Universe Furnace world, especially a royal lord. Nevertheless, Emo Nai was a shrewd individual. So how is it possible that he would worry about getting injured at such a critical moment? He certainly knew that he had to destroy the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao as quickly as possible so that the Black Ink clan would win this battle. At that time, as long as Emo Nai was willing to pay a certain price, Yang Xiao and the others wouldn't have been a match for him, so why did he choose to stall for time? Many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but though he knew that something was amiss, under the tense circumstances, he couldn't distract himself to ponder it properly. Laugh all you want, it won't change anything. Yang Kai snorted. Since he didn't know what the problem was, he had to be patient and play it by ear. Emo Nai laughed again. While warding off Yang Kai's attacks, he said impassively, I suppose Xiang Shan is going to break through soon. Just like Yang Kai, he had been paying close attention to Xiang Shan. Although he had no idea when Xiang Shan would achieve a breakthrough, the disturbance over there couldn't be concealed. As such, he could roughly sense how things were going. Yang Kai's bad premonition intensified. It was odd that Emo Nai was still in the mood to talk about Xiang Shan at this point. While remaining silent, Yang Kai strengthened his attacks. Emo Nai went on to say, Yang Kai, you are a wonderful opponent. I've always respected you whether I was a territory lord, a pseudo-royal lord, or even a true royal lord. The human race has managed to hold on for such a long time, mainly because of you. If not for your hard work over the past few thousands of years, the humans would have already been defeated. Unmistakably, you are my greatest opponent. It's fortunate that you can never become a 9th Order Master. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. He spoke loudly during the fight to ensure that everyone could hear him. All of them were puzzled as to what Emo Nai was trying to achieve. Why was he in the mood to chat about such irrelevant matters in a life-and-death battle? Emo Nai seemed oblivious to everything and kept speaking, as though he wouldn't be able to say it again if he missed this chance. Staring at Yang Kai in pity, he muttered, just like what you humans say, you were born in the wrong era. You have to bear the shackles and sins that this era has inflicted on you. Those from the cave heavens and paradises forced you to ascend to the 5th Order back then, which resulted in the 8th Order being your limit. Now, they have to rely on you to save the human race. Do you not resent them at all? His hypnotic voice seemed able to bewitch others. In all directions, many human race masters, especially those who came from the cave heavens and paradises, appeared guilty. Those from the cave heavens and paradises had indeed made a mistake. Although only several sects made a move, they represented the collective decision. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to do so at that time. They had suffered a terrible crisis in the past, so they wouldn't allow any rogue cultivator to directly ascend to the 7th Order. Regardless of their intentions, they were compelled to suppress Yang Kai. After all, a 7th Order master might make it to the 9th Order one day. Meanwhile, all the 9th Order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises were on the Black Ink battlefield. If Yang Kai became a 9th Order master and decided to cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't be able to contain him. Over the years, many people thought that if they hadn't suppressed Yang Kai and let him directly ascend to the 7th Order back then, given his aptitude and opportunities, he would have made it to the 9th Order by now. Undoubtedly, that would have been a huge boon to the human race. Nonetheless, things had come to such a point where it was pointless to regret anything. When Yang Kai decided to directly ascend to the 5th Order back then, his future was set. Yang Kai snorted. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Do you think such petty words will work on me at this point? Nayi sighed. I'm not trying to sow discord. I'm just curious. It seems that I'm not mistaken. Although those from the cave heavens and paradises owe you much, you're still willing to sacrifice yourself for them. After a pause, he went on to say, over the years, I've constantly been thinking about how to kill you. Unfortunately, there has never been a good opportunity as you are too adept at running away. Your space secret techniques have been a constant headache for me. The previous battle was undoubtedly the best chance so far, but it was disrupted by the universe furnace. If not for the universe furnace's sudden appearance, you would have lost your life. Yang Kai frowned. What's the point of you saying all this now? Or are you saying you are certain you can kill me now? Something was definitely off. Nayi was speaking and acting like everything was within his control, so he was undoubtedly up to something. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to figure out what he was plotting. Since he couldn't find out what was on Nayi's mind, he could only try to glean as much information from him as possible through conversation. Nayi seemed to have realized his intention, so he said with a smile, I've been plotting against you for years, but only this time could be considered successful. Please don't blame me for being verbose, Brother Yang. I should probably stop the small talk now. Otherwise, Xiang Shan will really break through. All of a sudden, his expression turned cold as he looked grimly at Yang Kai. Did you know? I was waiting for you to appear, all along. I knew that you would show up. You were the one who set off this fight, so how is it possible that you wouldn't come? Fortunately, you arrived just in time. At that moment, a sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, but he had no idea what Nayi was going to do. Many ideas flashed across his mind like lightning, and he soon thought of something, but it was too late. Nayi stared fixedly at him and shouted dispassionately, Black ink eternal. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned to look at Xiang Shan and shouted, Senior Brother Xiang, watch out. At the same time, he saw two 8th Order Masters leaving their battle formations from two different directions and charging towards Xiang Shan while casting lethal moves. Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. Black ink disciples. He finally realized what he had failed to take note of. The Black Ink clan had planted two Black Ink disciples among the humans. They had been hiding all this time, waiting for a chance to attack Xiang Shan. Therefore, Nayi wasn't worried about Xiang Shan becoming a 9th Order Master, because he knew that the latter would never succeed. He even felt free to chat just now because everything was within his control. Many Black Ink clansmen were startled by the turn of events. Similarly, the humans were caught off guard. No one could have expected that their companions, who had been fighting alongside them all this time, would betray them as they were on the brink of victory. All of them had been negligent. It wasn't a surprise that Black Ink disciples existed. During the fight against the Black Ink clan in the past, many humans would be captured by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. The situation was especially bad on the Black Ink battlefield. However, after Yang Kai brought purifying light with him and then received 10 sets of Great Sun and Great Moon marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, the humans no longer had to worry about Black Ink disciples hiding amongst their ranks. There was a purifying Black Ink battleship, which contained a large amount of purifying light, in every human camp. Whenever the cultivators returned to base, they had to pass through the purifying Black Ink battleship before they were allowed to enter. The humans also had purifying Black Ink pills. One only had to consume such a pill before they fought with the Black Ink clan to prevent themselves from being corrupted by Black Ink strength. The Black Ink clan had occupied the 3,000 worlds for many years, and although they had turned a large number of hunters into Black Ink disciples, those people were generally weak. Many younger cultivators had never even seen Black Ink disciples before. Also, 8th Order Black Ink disciples were extremely rare, even back on the Black Ink battlefield. To turn an 8th Order Master into a Black Ink disciple, a royal lord had to personally make a move. As such, whenever the 8th Order Masters formed battle formations to deal with the enemies, they became less vigilant. No one would think that their companions might be Black Ink disciples. Even Yang Kai had not seen this coming. However, Everything made sense if these people were not Eighth Order Masters when they were turned into Black Ink Disciples. Eighth Order Masters were not the only ones who had entered the Universe Furnace world this time. There were also many Seventh Order Masters. They were there not here for the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills, but for the ordinary grade ones. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5783, Broken Formation, Serious Injuries. These Seventh Order Masters who had entered the Universe Furnace world were new generation cultivators that had received the World Tree Clone's nourishment. As such, they were all talented elites who increased their cultivation rapidly. Wonderful aptitude and quick increase in cultivation were not always a blessing though, as compared to the experienced cultivators who had gotten to where they were slowly and steadily. These younger cultivators lacked accumulation and experience. Therefore, when they reached the peak of the Seventh Order, they often faced bottlenecks, which made it hard for them to break through to the Eighth Order. Given their aptitude, they would shatter the bottleneck sooner or later, but that could still take dozens to hundreds of years. However, in the current situation, time was always short. Fortunately, ordinary grade open heaven pills could solve this problem by helping them break through their bottleneck, saving lots of time. Many Seventh Order Masters managed to ascend to the Eighth Order in the Universe Furnace world this time, and presently, hundreds of them had gathered together, but they were just Seventh Order Masters when they entered. Everything made sense if they bumped into Black Ink Clansmen and were turned into Black Ink Disciples before ascending to the Eighth Order. The two Black Ink Disciples that had betrayed them were undoubtedly such cases. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment as all the humans shifted their attention to the two Black Ink Disciples who were charging towards Xiang Shan in horror. Presently, Xiang Shan was at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. If he was interrupted now, his breakthrough would undoubtedly fail, and there would also be a serious risk to his life. All the human race masters surrounded him and formed a defense line to fend off the Black Ink Clansmen's attacks. As such, no one stood guard directly by his side. Even though he had set up a kind of spirit array, it couldn't stop two Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples from killing him. Undoubtedly, Xiang Shan was powerless to contend with these two Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples. Just then, another turn of events took place somewhere else. It had taken Emo Nai a long time to devise this plan, and it had all hinged on him being certain that Yang Kai would show up. His trump card was meant to kill Yang Kai and Xiang Shan at the same time. After all, if he only wanted to take out the latter, he wouldn't have had to wait until now. Emo Nai would have ordered the two Black Ink Disciples to make a move at any point earlier on. He had been patient because he could feel that Xiang Shan would still take a long time to make a breakthrough, so he wasn't anxious. In comparison, he was more interested in ending Yang Kai's life. Over the years, Emo Nai had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai and could never rest at ease as long as the latter wasn't dead. It was a knot in his heart, one that had nothing to do with Yang Kai's cultivation. Emo Nai had been stalling for time because he was waiting for this exact moment. He needed a suitable person to carry out his plan, and the chance had finally come. Just as two Black Ink Disciples left their respective battle formations and charged towards Xiang Shan while the human race masters watched in horror, the 8 trigrams formation, which was dealing with Emo Nai, trembled as everyone's aura descended into chaos. Soon, the 8 trigrams formation broke. Everyone in the formation was shocked as they had no idea what happened. The moment the battle formation came apart, the immense backlash swept across them, causing their vitality to undulate and their small universes to fall into turmoil. They already suffered from various degrees of injuries when contending with Emo Nai, and now the situation was exacerbated. Compared to the battle formation's backlash, a despairing incident took place right before their eyes. One of the members suddenly summoned a sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai's back. World force undulated around the weapon as the attacker appeared dispassionate. Without holding back any power, he seemed determined to slaughter Yang Kai. To make things worse, Emo Nai made a move at the same time as the battle formation shattered. The chance he had been waiting for had finally come, so he naturally wouldn't just watch from the sidelines. The battle formation's backlash, the betrayal of a member, and Emo Nai's attack happened all at once, engulfing everyone in a sense of great danger. The members of the 8 trigrams formation were flustered, furious, shocked, and despondent. All sorts of emotions broke out from them. Despite that, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as things were playing out just as he expected. The moment he realized that there were Black Ink disciples within their defense line, he knew that there must be a Black Ink disciple by his side as well. Imo Na Yi had been beating around the bush earlier, looking as though everything was within his control. It was apparent that he had made some arrangements to target Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed. Yang Kai was the core of the 8 trigrams formation, while his human self Feng Tian Ci, monster self Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao, Blood Crow, Lin Wu, Zhan Tian He, and another veteran 8th Order Master assisted him. Of these 7 people, apart from Lin Wu, who had ascended to the 8th Order in the Universe Furnace World, the others were already 8th Order Masters long before entering this place. The others would not be so easily corrupted. As such, it had to be Lin Wu that was the Black Ink disciple. It turned out that Lin Wu was indeed the problem. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the time he came across Lin Wu. At that time, he, Zhan Tian He, Xiong Ji, and Lu Fei were wandering around the Universe Furnace World. When he detected the aura of an Open Heaven Realm Master attempting a breakthrough, he went over and checked on him. Upon realizing the person was Lin Wu, he invited him to join the team without worrying too much. Then, he bumped into Tian Xiao Zhu. Following that, he decided to take a huge risk by bringing Thunder Shadow with him to snatch a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. As such, he told Tian Xiao Zhu to leave with everyone else. Now, it seemed that before he came across Lin Wu, the latter had already been turned into a Black Ink disciple who was allowed to move around on his own and ascend to the 8th Order. Then, Lin Wu joined the human race and waited for a chance to act. It wasn't necessarily planned for Lin Wu to target Yang Kai, but Imo Na Yi had made good use of a pawn like him. Initially, Lin Wu wasn't a part of the 8 trigrams formation. He and Zhan Tian He joined at a later time. Imo Na Yi had been waiting for Lin Wu to join the 8 trigrams formation. That way, when he finally gave the order, 3 Black Ink disciples would flare up at the same time. Not only could they stop Xiang Shan from achieving a breakthrough, but they could also end Yang Kai's life. Imo Na Yi planned to remove the 2 biggest threats at the same time. Everything became clear now. A while ago, Yang Kai was still wondering why Imo Na Yi didn't break Yang Zhao's 6 paths formation earlier, even though he was capable of doing so. At that time, if Imo Na Yi had been willing to pay a small price, he could have defeated Yang Xiao and the others quickly. After that, he could have personally attacked the humans' defense line and killed Xiang Shan. However, he didn't do that. Just like Imo Na Yi said, he had been waiting for him to show up. When Yang Kai formed the 8 trigrams formation to deal with Imo Na Yi, the latter actually fought back hard without being bothered by his injuries. That way, he could force the 2 newly promoted 8th Order Masters in the formation to withdraw, giving Lin Wu a chance to join them. It was all part of Imo Na Yi's plot. When Lin Wu finally joined the battle formation, all the pawns were in the right places and Imo Na Yi was confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive. Both of them had been contending with each other for millennia. Since his arch-nemesis was about to die, he couldn't help recalling the fights between them over the years. Perhaps he respected a master like Yang Kai or felt so conceited that he started talking nonsense. Presently, 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were dashing towards Xiang Shan while Lin Wu broke the 8 trigrams formation and pushed his sword towards Yang Kai's back with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The initially clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence at that moment as every human race master appeared helpless and despondent. The Black Ink clansmen still relentlessly attacked the humans while Imo Na Yi guffawed. "You dare!" Yang Lai growled as his figure seemed to be burning. "Big brother!" Yang Shui exclaimed at the top of her lungs. She wanted to shake off the Chaos Spirit King and save Yang Kai, but she was unable to do so. The Chaos Spirit King was more powerful than her, so it was difficult for her to even pin him down. In the midst of this crisis, Yang Kai only let out a sigh. Before Lin Wu even made a move, Yang Kai had realized that he was in danger. Therefore, he had put his guard up. If he hadn't figured it out, he probably would have lost his life. Since he was well prepared, though, he had a chance to escape. Nevertheless, if he fled, the remaining 6 with him would fall into grave danger. They no longer had the battle formation's help, and faced with the backlash and Emo Naye's attack, half of them would undoubtedly die. Therefore, despite knowing that he was at risk of losing his life, Yang Kai couldn't escape. Suppressing the undulating vitality within him, he released his spiritual energy and brought everyone's aura together again. In an instant, he made the proper adjustments and formed a new 7 stars formation with him as the core. At the same time, he flicked his fingers and sent a wooden box flying away. In the next instant, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear as the space-time river swirled around the weapon like a dragon. He then thrust the weapon towards Emo Nayi. As the violent force exploded, everyone shuddered while Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Fortunately, he managed to ward off Emo Naye's fatal strike. Nonetheless, a sword penetrated his chest the next moment. The power around the sword exploded, causing Yang Kai to stagger before he swept his spear across Lin Wu and sent him flying away. After the sword left his body, blood started gushing out from the wound on his chest. His face turned pale in an instant, and his aura weakened. Meanwhile, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples reached Xiang Shan. Just as they were ready to make a move, they met Xiang Shan's furious gaze. Despite being at the most critical moment of his breakthrough, Xiang Shan extricated himself and got to his feet as he summoned a saber. As world force surged, he covered the 2 Black Ink disciples with saber lights. He had given up on achieving a breakthrough. It couldn't be helped. If he tried to persist, he would only be killed as the spirit array he had set up wasn't able to fend off 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Compared to losing his life, giving up on the breakthrough was the only choice. The 2 Black Ink disciples had only achieved a breakthrough in the universe furnace world, so how were they supposed to be a match for Xiang Shan even though there were the 2 of them? They were soon suppressed. Nevertheless, considering that they were humans, Xiang Shan didn't move to kill them. During the intense battle, Xiang Shan's aura, which was initially reaching a peak, plunged. It was a sign that his ascension had failed. Fortunately, despite what happened, it didn't affect his strength much. In just several breaths of time, the 8 trigrams formation fell apart. Yang Kai was wounded, and Xiang Shan had given up on his breakthrough, sinking the humans into a perilous situation once again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5784, Emo Naye's Failure. No one knew if there were more hidden Black Ink disciples. Battle formations required members to have complete trust in each other in order to operate them smoothly, something the Black Ink clan couldn't grasp the essence of, preventing them from forming higher battle formations. Now, the humans were suspicious of each other, so every battle formation had weakened and couldn't be run smoothly. They were no match for the Black Ink clan when it came to numbers and had persevered until now because of their warships and their powerful battle formations. But with the latter undermined, the humans were clearly in grave danger. The battle formations, which the 2 Black Ink disciples were initially part of, had disintegrated, allowing the Black Ink clan to charge forward and kill several 8th Order masters, which further exacerbated the situation. It wasn't that the humans weren't still united. If they weren't, they wouldn't have held on until now. Nevertheless, in such a situation, they had to be cautious. The appearance of 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples had destroyed any advantage that the humans initially had. Xiang Shan was supposedly the key to winning the battle. If the humans wanted victory, they had to hope for Xiang Shan to ascend to the 9th Order as quickly as possible. With one more 9th Order master, they could still turn things around. But now, Xiang Shan was forced to give up on his breakthrough, so their only hope was crushed. Everyone was shrouded in a layer of despair. Would hundreds of 8th Order masters lose their life in this place? If that happened, the human race's future would be bleak. The outcome of this battle would have a huge impact on future clashes between both races. Why won't you just die already? A growl was heard reverberating across the void. Across from the 7 stars formation, Emo Nayi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and anger. He had been plotting against him and waiting for the best chance to use his trump card. Initially, he believed that Yang Kai had no chance to survive, but things went contrary to his wishes. He realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. More importantly, He didn't expect that it would only take Yang Kai an instant to switch the 8 trigrams formation to the 7 stars formation and ward off his fatal strike. Fortunately, even though things didn't go to plan, Yang Kai was badly injured. The 8 trigrams formation's backlash, Lin Wu's sneak attack, and a long and intense battle had significantly weakened Yang Kai's aura. As a result, he was still at risk of losing his life at any moment. Even the 7 stars formation couldn't run steadily and was on the verge of breaking apart. With a determined expression, Imo Nai charged forward. He knew that he couldn't give Yang Kai even a moment to breathe. Seeing how frail his opponent looked, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance. He decided to end Yang Kai's life as quickly as possible. As his black ink strength surged, he roared, "How much longer can you hang on? How many of my moves can he take? 3? 5? Given Yang Kai's condition, Imo Nai had the confidence to kill him in 10 breaths of time, after which his goal would finally be achieved. Xiang Shan's breakthrough had failed, and the human's defense line was on the brink of collapsing. After Imo Nai killed Yang Kai, he could slaughter the other humans freely. I will win. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai and his 7 stars formation were unable to counterattack. Furthermore, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain the battle formation. Everyone struggled to hold on, but they couldn't see any hope. They could only take 2 more moves before the battle formation came apart. Just as the 7 stars formation was about to shatter, a stream of fierce aura approached from the distance. Before the person even arrived, a voice was heard yelling, "Imo Nai, your opponent is me." The next moment, a slender figure joined the battle and slashed her sword out to intercept Imo Nai's attacks. "You?" Imo Nai looked at the person before his eyes in disbelief, unable to figure out how she could be there. How did she manage to come over? The person was none other than Yang Shui. Imo Nai was naturally aware of this female Ninth Order Master's presence. However, since she didn't seem to be a match for the Chaos Spirit King, he stopped paying attention to her. She couldn't meddle in the battle before she could get rid of the Chaos Spirit King. However, at this moment, she was there to deal with him. Where's the Chaos Spirit King? Imo Nai was determined to kill Yang Kai, so he was filled with fervor and joy. As such, he didn't pay attention to the battle between Yang Shui and the Chaos Spirit King. It didn't cross his mind that such a turn of events would take place. Was the Chaos Spirit King defeated? Impossible. This woman is incapable of that. Previously, Xiaoyu suffered a defeat at the hands of the Chaos Spirit King. He was a new royal lord while the woman was a new Ninth Order master. Therefore, both of them were equally matched. How did this woman get rid of the Chaos Spirit King and come over to help, then? Soon, Imo Nai realized where the Chaos Spirit King was. He could sense that the Chaos Spirit King was dashing forward in a particular direction for some reason. What did you do? Imo Nai was deathly curious. Although the Chaos Spirit King was a powerful being, its sentience was low. What did this woman do that made the Chaos Spirit King abandon the fight? Certainly, Yang Shui wouldn't respond to him as she just fully activated her power as world force undulated. Her sword turned into innumerable phantoms as she was determined to get revenge for her big brother. A helpless Imo Nai could only clash with Yang Shui. Watching as Yang Kai took the 7 stars formation somewhere else, he was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. He almost succeeded in killing Yang Kai, so how did things end up this way? Across from him, Yang Shui was actually equally puzzled as to why the Chaos Spirit King retreated all of a sudden. When she saw that her big brother was in danger earlier, she was quite flustered. She wasn't a match for the Chaos Spirit King, to begin with, and the situation was exacerbated because she had lost her composure. Then, for some inexplicable reason, the Chaos Spirit King withdrew and shot off into the distance. That was how Yang Shui was able to move to lend them a hand. Nevertheless, she didn't have time to ponder on it, for she had to deal with Imo Nai. Suddenly realizing something, Imo Nai turned to glare at Yang Kai and explained, "The Open Heaven Pill." When Lin Wu launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai earlier, Imo Nai faintly saw Yang Kai throw out a small wooden box. At that time, he was mid-attack, and the box seemed ordinary, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Now, it was apparent to him that the wooden box probably contained a supreme-grade open heaven pill. As far as he knew, Yang Kai really had one, which was stolen during the intense battle between Xiaoyu and the Chaos Spirit King previously. The Chaos Spirit King was lured to this place because it was after the supreme-grade open heaven pills. Xiang Shan was giving off the aura of one such pill. So the Chaos Spirit King attacked, leaving Yang Shui no choice but to intercept it. Now, Xiang Shan no longer exuded any of the open heaven pill's aura, so when Yang Kai tossed out another supreme-grade open heaven pill, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would chase after it. Upon that realization, Imo Nai was extremely vexed. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had helped restrain Yang Shui, a Ninth Order Master. The Black Ink clan had basically gotten a free helper, which allowed them to suppress the humans. However, no one could have expected that it was also the Chaos Spirit King who ruined the Black Ink clan's plan. It was easily lured away by an open heaven pill, which allowed Yang Shui to come deal with Imo Nai. It was only natural that Imo Nai cursed at the Chaos Spirit King for derailing his plans. Despite his resentment, there was nothing much he could do about it. Fortunately, Yang Kai was badly injured, and Xiang Shan's ascension had failed. At the very least, they had achieved something. While he was thinking so, he suddenly felt that Yang Kai's aura, which was initially frail, rose sharply. As he turned his head in shock, he saw a river swirling around Yang Kai like a dragon. Yang Kai was recovering as it happened. Even the wound on his chest caused by Lin Wu was healing rapidly. Time seemed to be reversing as the river swirled around him. In just a moment, Yang Kai had basically completely recovered. What kind of secret technique is that? Imo Nai was flabbergasted. Yang Kai had just discovered this wonderful use of his space-time river not long ago and used it once in the infinite river to restore his wounded body. Naturally, he chose to use it again this time. Lin Wu's sneak attack and the battle formation's backlash had indeed wounded him, but he managed to reverse time for himself and return to the state he had marked some time ago. The price he had to pay was a massive consumption of his Dao strengths. Nevertheless, that was the last of his concerns now. He had already come up with a plan the moment Lin Wu launched his sneak attack. As such, he decided to toss away the precious supreme-grade open heaven pill to attract the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Only when Yang Shui was freed from that fight could she deal with Imo Nai, allowing Yang Kai to take a breather. However, at that time, Yang Kai wasn't confident that he would succeed. If the Chaos Spirit King didn't retreat, Yang Shui wouldn't have been freed up. All the same, he had to take the risk. Fortunately, the Chaos Spirit King was only concerned about getting the supreme-grade open heaven pill back. Therefore, the moment it detected the pill's aura, it chased after it, allowing Yang Shui to deal with other threats. Overall, the humans were still at a disadvantage. Ouyang Lai was doing fine while Yang Shui was dealing with Imo Nai and were not at risk of losing their lives. However, the other humans were in a terrible situation. Although Xiang Shan had joined the battle, it was still hard for them to turn things around. If this dragged on, many more humans would lose their lives. They had to quickly resolve the suspicions the humans had for each other and catch all the hidden Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai soon made a decision. As he continued to recover, he shouted, "Yang Xiao, form a 4 symbols formation and use purifying light." Understanding his intentions, Yang Xiao replied, "Yes." After informing Zhan Tian He and the others about it, Yang Xiao formed a 4 symbols formation with him as the core. Then, they charged towards the center of the battlefield. Before they even arrived, the great sun and moon marks on the back of Yang Xiao's hands appeared. As yellow and blue light swirled around and combined with each other, they turned into a dazzling white light that illuminated the entire battlefield. "Stop them!" a pseudo-royal lord growled. However, the purifying light was their arch-nemesis, so the Black Ink clansmen were terrified to get close. "I dare you to stop me!" Yang Xiao roared and continued to condense more purifying light as he led Zhan Tian He and the others forward. Wherever they went, the territory lords quickly backed away, and even the pseudo-royal lords shrank from the intense, purifying light. Martial Peak, Chapter 5785, there is still hope? From the defense line, Xiang Shan and several people came over to help. There was no doubt that Xiang Shan was intelligent, as he shared the same sentiment as Yang Kai. They had to quickly resolve the internal problems that the humans faced, so they had to assist Yang Xiao. After all, they needed Yang Xiao's purifying light to catch all the hidden black ink disciples. The war intensified at that moment. Xiang Shan was the core of a six paths formation, which was exceptionally powerful. After an exchange of moves, they finally joined Yang Xiao's four symbols formation. They then entered the defense line together while the Black Ink clan were unable to stop them. The next moment, Yang Xiao roared as the great sun and moon marks on the back of his hands became increasingly bright. Copious amounts of yellow and blue crystals were consumed in an instant before an eruption of purifying light spread out with him as the center. Wherever the white light went, black ink strength dissipated as the light covered all the human race masters and continued to expand. The two 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who had attacked Xiang Shan moments ago, had been subdued and were presently unable to move a muscle. As they were shrouded in the purifying light, they started trembling as if struck by lightning. They howled in pain while black ink strength left their bodies. On the periphery, the Black Ink clansmen had managed to shrink the human defense line, while the latter's battle formations were in turmoil. Some parts of the defense line were about to break, but when the purifying light surged forth like a tidal wave, the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat. This kind of large-scale purifying light was no different from poison to the Black Ink clan. Although they wouldn't be killed, nobody wanted to see their powers significantly weakened. The human race masters seized the chance to counterattack and stabilize the defense line. By the time the pure white light dissipated, the humans had managed to fortify their defense line and all the battle formations were operating smoothly again. As the purifying light swept out, no human race masters showed signs of corruption. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had only planted 3 Black Ink disciples among them. This wasn't too surprising as it was still quite hard for the Black Ink clan to turn 7th Order and 8th Order masters into Black Ink disciples. As the humans no longer had to worry about being betrayed by their teammates, they naturally focused on dealing with the enemies. The use of the purifying light helped the humans regain their composure as Yang Xiao's eyes brightened as he guffawed. So useful. He decided that if the defense line was falling apart again, he would condense another burst of purifying light and rush up towards the weak point. Although he couldn't kill enemies with it, he could at least ensure that the defense line remained intact. However, this kind of move required a lot of yellow and blue crystals because it had to cover a vast area. His yellow and blue crystals were given to him by Yang Kai back then, and he had consumed quite a number of them over the years. As such, he didn't have many left. If he used this move 2 more times, he would run out of crystals. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to force the Black Ink clan to retreat, which might result in the defense line collapsing. Therefore, if the humans wanted to gain victory, they had to pin their hopes on Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui. If these 2 9th Order masters could kill their opponents quickly, they could help the other humans out. Nevertheless, their opponents were royal lords. They might be able to defeat their enemies, but it would be hard for them to kill the royal lords. How were they supposed to help out? Ouyang Lai had apparently realized that as well, so he had been exerting himself even more while ignoring his injury in the hope that he could kill Xiaoyu quickly. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu had 8 territory lords assisting him. Although Ouyang Lai was madly wielding his strength, he couldn't achieve his goal in a short time. To make things worse, he had to spend some energy protecting Tianxiu Zhu and his group as Meng Ke, a pseudo-royal lord, seemed determined to kill them. A while ago, Tianxiu Zhu led his 5 elements formation to leave the defense line and sent 2 8th Order masters to lend Yang Kai a helping hand, which infuriated Meng Quebec. The other pseudo-royal lords were doing fine while something went wrong in his place, so it was only natural that he was embarrassed. Although he was shocked by Lin Wu's betrayal and realized that it was Imo Naye's arrangement all along, he knew nothing about it before then. If Imo Naye had told him earlier, Meng Ke would have held back to allow Lin Wu out more easily. At the end of the day, it seemed Imo Naye still had no regard for him, so he didn't let him have a hand in such an important plan. At that time, if Meng Ke had managed to stop the 5 elements formation, Imo Na Yi would have probably given him a heads up. All the same, everything was within Imo Na Ye's control. Regardless of what happened, he would make sure that Lin Wu could approach Yang Kai and deal a heavy blow. Meng Ke was resentful. Initially, both of them were pseudo-royal lords, but Imo Na Yi acquired an opportunity in the universe furnace world and became a true royal lord, while Meng Ke suffered a setback and became seriously injured. As he was frustrated, he wasn't willing to let Tian Xiu Zhu and his five elements formation off. He was determined to kill these weakened Eighth Order masters to vent his rage. The humans seemed to be on the losing side as the war intensified. The Black Ink clan was much stronger when it came to the quantity of their masters. The humans had managed to hold on previously because they could see hope as Xiang Shan attempted to break through. They also had their warship's assistance. Now, Xiang Shan's breakthrough had failed, and after a long battle, the warships were seriously damaged. Without the warship's protection, how were they supposed to fend off the Black Ink clan's bombardment? It was only a matter of time before their lines broke and they were routed. They also couldn't pin their hope on the two Ninth Order masters as they were both occupied. Everyone was frustrated, especially the two Eighth Order masters who had attacked Xiang Shan earlier. After the Black Ink strength in their bodies was dispelled by the purifying light, they felt guilty and ashamed. As such, they struck with reckless abandon, hoping to kill more enemies even if they lost their lives in the process. If they hadn't made a move at the most critical moment, Xiang Shan would have become a Ninth Order master. Their sneak attack didn't only make the human race lose a Ninth Order master, but also put hundreds of human race masters in peril. Although no one blamed them, they couldn't forgive themselves so easily. They had heard their seniors mention that after some Black Ink disciples were saved, they would rather kill themselves out of guilt. They might have hurt other humans or even killed their friends and relatives. However, those were only stories and not something they personally experienced. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how despairing it was. Sometimes, living was more painful than death. As such, they were looking for a chance to die while taking out several powerful opponents. However, the territory lords were naturally vigilant, so these Eighth Order masters didn't have a chance to do so. They had almost gone mad because of their fury and self-blame. Calm down. There is still hope for all of us. Don't go throwing your lives away just yet. A voice was suddenly cut through the noise. The person must have realized their intentions, so he decided to persuade them. Both of them were startled. Was there still hope for all of them? But they didn't see it. The person went on to say, "Don't forget that my adoptive father isn't dead yet. As long as he's alive, there's still hope. He's best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations." It was only then did they realize who was speaking to them. He was none other than Yang Xiao. The adoptive father he talked about was Yang Kai. Indeed, during their formative years, they had heard their seniors talk about Yang Kai's numerous achievements. They knew that he had done many incredible things, and the human race managed to hang on despite having to deal with the mighty Black Ink clan largely thanks to his efforts and victories. He was so powerful that he could kill territory lords like they were chickens and dogs, and was even used to dealing with opponents that were more powerful than him. He had even escaped from the pursuit of royal lords. It was also rumored that he had killed a royal lord on his own. Certainly, it was a strange rumor. After all, there was a huge gap in power between an Eighth Order master and a royal lord. No one would believe it without any verification. He was undoubtedly a legend, and all the younger generation cultivators hoped to be the next Yang Kai. One of them was even touted as Little Yang Kai. Such a title was enough to make many new cultivators feel envious. Apart from these inconceivable rumors, they had seen how Yang Kai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation to push back a true royal lord and even gain the upper hand. A shocking and amazing feat indeed. An 8 trigrams formation of 8th Order masters had only appeared once before that, and at that time, it only lasted for 20 breaths. However, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai this time lasted for over an hour. If not for the fact that Lin Wu was a hidden Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai could have kept the formation running for much longer. However, was there really hope for all of them? The 8 trigrams formation had shattered, and Yang Kai was heavily injured. He was unable to make it to the ninth order as the eighth order was the limit in his lifetime. What else could he do in such a situation? If Yang Xiao hadn't mentioned Yang Kai, they would have forgotten about him. That was because regardless of what he did, he wouldn't be able to turn things around now. Instinctively, they turned to look at Yang Kai, after which they were astounded. If they remembered correctly, Yang Kai was supposed to be badly wounded with a weakened aura. However, even though he wasn't in peak condition at this moment, he wasn't nearly as battered as they believed. They were amazed by his restorative ability. Presently, Yang Kai was hovering in the void with Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow. With the space-time river's help, Yang Kai had mostly recovered. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten about him. Only Lin Wu was looking at him warily at this moment. Yang Kai was famous and powerful, after all. Although Lin Wu was resolute when launching a sneak attack earlier, he didn't have the guts to fight Yang Kai head-on. Nevertheless, he couldn't rashly have a hand in other battles. As such, he decided to stay there and keep an eye on Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 5786, Going for Broke? Noticing Lin Wu's stare, Yang Kai turned to look at him and put on a faint smile, one without resentment or anger. After all, after getting corrupted, a Black Ink disciple would place him in the Black Ink clan before all else. As a Black Ink disciple, everything Lin Wu did was against his will. Yang Kai had encountered countless Black Ink disciples over the years. He would save them if he could. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to kill them as that was a kind of extrication as well. As such, he wouldn't blame Lin Wu for anything. However, it seemed that he now had no choice but to use his trump card. Undoubtedly, he was unresigned. No one had ever cultivated the three selves source reconstitution art devised by Shi before, so no one knew if it could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles. It would be wonderful if Yang Kai succeeded, but if he failed, he would be left with numerous concerns. From what he had gathered, the secret art should be feasible. At the very least, both the human self and monster self had grown to be powerful. Moreover, these two seemed closely connected to his own, true body. Putting Thunder Shadow aside for now, Fang Tianci had the potential to directly ascend to the seventh order back then. Nevertheless, when he made it to the open heaven realm, he became a sixth order master for seemingly no reason. That was the restriction from the main body. Yang Kai's limit was the eighth order. Therefore, as the human self, regardless of how good Fang Tianci's aptitude was or how solid his foundation had been, he was unable to directly ascend to the seventh order. It was the same case for Thunder Shadow. He had come to a point where his cultivation was impossible to improve further. In fact, if he was not Yang Kai's monster self, he could have stayed in the myriad monsters world and continued to improve his cultivation since he had cultivated the primal art to refine his monster core. Someone from the monster race who had cultivated the primal art didn't have any shackles to speak of. Yang Kai initially wanted to wait for his human self and monster self to reach the absolute limits of their cultivation. Then, he would look for a safe place and use the three selves source reconstitution art to attempt to break through. If possible, he could also ask some friends and relatives to stand guard for him to avoid any accidents. He didn't know the kind of problems he would face after he used the three selves source reconstitution art, so he had to make some preparations. Nevertheless, things went contrary to his wishes. Now, Xiang Shan's breakthrough failed while Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui had their respective opponents. If this dragged on, the humans' defense line would break. Faced with more than 10 pseudo-royal lords and countless territory lords, Yang Kai, an eighth order master, wouldn't be able to achieve anything even if he joined the battle. Therefore, he had to take the risk despite being in less than ideal circumstances. After giving it some thought, though, Yang Kai realized that if he managed to successfully achieve a breakthrough, he could immediately kill many masters from the Black Ink clan to celebrate his breakthrough, which sounded like an excellent idea. At that moment, he became high-spirited. Yang Kai was a resolute person, and since he had made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. The only problem was that his human self, monster self, and himself were not in the best of conditions. With the space-time river's help, he had managed to heal 80% of his injuries. However, Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow didn't have such incredible restorative power and were still heavily injured from the prolonged battle. Resolving himself, Yang Kai muttered, "Are you ready?" Fong Tianci replied with a faint smile, "I've always been ready." Thunder Shadow nodded, "We're all brothers. As long as we're united, we can achieve anything." Fong Tianci couldn't help but refute, "We're merely part of his soul." Thunder Shadow cut him off by saying, "So what if we're part of his soul? Can't we be brothers? Moreover, we're not soul clones in the traditional sense. What do you say, big brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "You're right. This time, the three of us will be going for broke." A smug Thunder Shadow pulled a face at Fong Tianci, who smiled helplessly. "Enter my small universe." Yang Kai ordered and opened up the portal to his small universe. Without hesitation, Fong Tianci stepped forward and disappeared into it, followed by Thunder Shadow. Before that, Thunder Shadow said to Yang Kai, "I owe Qin Shui and her husband from Great Feather Pavilion a favor. Please take care of them on my behalf." "Don't worry," Yang Kai replied quickly. After the human self and monster self were gone, Yang Kai shuddered as his entire small universe trembled. Even the World Tree clone was unable to suppress the turmoil. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he focused on suppressing the upheaval in his small universe. The moment Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, Yang Xiao was flabbergasted. Earlier, he consoled the two Eighth Order Masters who had attacked Xiang Shan and told them not to lose hope yet because his adoptive father was still alive. Yang Kai had created many miracles in his life, so as long as he was still alive, there was hope for all of them. Naturally, Yang Xiao took a look at his adoptive father as he spoke. That was when he saw the inconceivable sight. Old Fong and that monster race great emperor entered adoptive father's small universe? What the hell is going on? Yang Xiao felt dizzy all of a sudden. He even suspected that he was seeing things because of his injuries. Both Yang Kai and Fong Tianci were Eighth Order Masters, so how did the latter enter Yang Kai's small universe? Since time immemorial, only Open Heaven Realm Master in a higher order could allow one in a lower order enter their small universe. It couldn't be achieved when both of them were in the same order. That was because the small universes of two Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order had similar capacities. As such, one couldn't keep the other person inside their small universe. If they forcibly did so, their small universe would explode. Moreover, as far as Yang Xiao knew, the monster race Great Emperor was equivalent to an Eighth Order Master. How did he enter Yang Kai's small universe? Yang Xiao found everything inconceivable, so he couldn't help but look around, after which he saw that Blood Crow appeared equally shocked. "Did you see that?" Yang Xiao asked. Blood Crow glanced at him and nodded faintly. Yang Xiao was stunned. It wasn't a hallucination? Was what he saw real? Blood Crow snorted. "Why are you so surprised? Didn't you say he's the best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations?" Yang Xiao was startled for a moment before coming to his senses. If anyone else had done such a thing, that would have been shocking. However, that person was his adoptive father, so everything made sense. Although he had no idea how Yang Kai managed to take Fong Tianci into his small universe, there wouldn't be a problem as it was his adoptive father doing that. Having said that, he still felt that something was off. What was the relationship between Fong Tianci and Yang Kai? Since both of them were Eighth Order Masters, how and why did Fong Tianci enter the latter's small universe? Yang Xiao was aware that Fong Tianci came from Yang Kai's small universe. Moreover, Fong Tianci was well-versed in the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao, all of which he had inherited from Yang Kai. He was known to be Little Yang Kai because of that. Also, Zhao Yibai and the others said that Yang Kai had traveled around his own small universe before. It was during that time that he took him and Zhao Yi as his disciples. At the thought of this, Yang Xiao gasped in shock as a bold idea formed in his mind. Could old Fong be my adoptive father's illegitimate son? When Yang Kai traveled around his small universe, he might have come across a beautiful lady and fallen in love with her, leading to Fong Tianci being born. Later, Yang Kai would have kept Fong Tianci in his small universe and taught him how to cultivate, which was how the latter inherited all three of the former's grandass. Assuming that it was the truth, Yang Xiao nodded gently. He couldn't believe that Feng Tianci was related to Yang Kai by blood, and he had never heard about it from him before. For that reason, he decided to teach Feng Tianci a lesson for hiding it from him at a later time. "What are you doing? Don't get distracted." Blood Crow suddenly snapped. Since Yang Xiao was having such wild thoughts, the four symbols formation began to become unstable. Yang Xiao quickly pulled himself together and guffawed. "We're going to win this one." Blood Crow looked at him like he was a fool. The humans were in a difficult situation. So what made Yang Xiao believe that they could still win? Was it merely because Yang Kai had put an 8th Order Master and a monster race Great Emperor in his small universe? Was he supposed to break through to the 9th Order by doing that? While they were secretly shocked, two more people were equally astonished when they saw what Yang Kai did. Lin Wu had been looking at Yang Kai warily. Therefore, he could clearly see what Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow did. At that moment, he was puzzled as to how Yang Kai managed to put two cultivators in the same equivalent realm in his small universe. On the other hand, Imo Nai became agitated. Although he couldn't shake off Yang Shui, he had still been paying close attention to Yang Kai. This couldn't be helped as he had suffered too many setbacks because of Yang Kai, leading to a kind of paranoid trauma when it came to the latter. Before Yang Kai was dead and buried, Imo Nai could never relax. When he saw Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow dashing into Yang Kai's small universe, he felt his chest tightening as a bad premonition came over him. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai was up to, he had to be cautious whenever the latter did something unusual, which was usually a sign that Yang Kai was about to achieve something shocking. Imo Nai immediately made a decision and sent a divine sense transmission. The next moment, three pseudo-royal lords, who had been trying to break the humans' defense line along with the territory lords, suddenly left their positions and charged towards Yang Kai from different directions. It was a difficult decision to make for Imo Nai to send three pseudo-royal lords to deal with Yang Kai at such a critical moment. Without these three pseudo-royal lords, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the human race's defense line, especially now that Xiang Shan was free to contend against the Black Ink clan. Presently, he was charging around while leading a 7 stars formation, and after those three pseudo-royal lords left the battle, the advantage that the Black Ink clan had would probably be wiped out. However, Imo Nai had no choice but to make such a decision to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. Despite that, they might not be able to end Yang Kai's life. If it was so easy to kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't have remained alive until now. Nevertheless, if they could kill Yang Kai, Imo Nai wouldn't mind letting the rest of the human race masters here escape. Faced with the approaching imposing auras, Yang Kai sported a cold expression and snorted. "It seems you all still consider me a huge threat, huh?" Yang Kai knew that when he got started, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice and attempt to stop him. As such, he was well prepared. Seeing that three pseudo-royal lords were about to reach him, he certainly wouldn't stay there and wait for death. Space principles undulated and his figure blurred. By the time the pseudo-royal lords arrived, Yang Kai had disappeared. In a different direction, his aura slowly reappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 5787, Three Selves Unite. Yang Kai was certainly no match for three pseudo-royal lords. In fact, given his condition, he couldn't even deal with one pseudo-royal lord. He had been contending with the Black Ink clan for many years, and he frequently came across opponents he couldn't defeat, but he managed to survive until now because he firmly believed that even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he would be able to run away. Given his mastery over the Tao of Space, he was unmatched when it came to escaping. A temporary retreat wasn't a sign of weakness. He just needed to wait for a chance to strike back. Including Mou, Yang Kai had been hunted down by 3 different royal lords before. One of them was killed by him, even though he had no idea how, and the other was lured to the chaotic dead territory and eliminated by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Only Mou was still alive and kicking. Since Yang Kai could escape from true royal lords, he naturally wasn't afraid of mere pseudo-royal lords. More importantly, the Black Ink clan didn't have any heaven sealing and earth locking techniques. If he freely manipulated space principles, these pseudo-royal lords wouldn't even be able to touch him despite joining forces. However, the situation was unusual at that moment. With his human self and monster self inside his body, his small universe was in turmoil. As such, as Yang Kai manipulated space principles, he realized that he was unable to use his space secret techniques smoothly. The turmoil in his small universe caused everything to destabilize. Even the space-time river around Yang Kai could hardly be sustained. The moment he reappeared, the space-time river suddenly came apart and dispersed. Yang Kai turned pale as he sported a solemn expression. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen after he let his human self and monster self inside his small universe. Now, it seemed that he was in a perilous situation. No one had cultivated the three selves source reconstitution art before, so no one could teach him anything about it or warn him of any dangers of cultivating it. He had planned to choose a safe place and prepare thoroughly before using this secret art. However, the situation the humans were facing didn't allow him to make any preparations at all. As such, he could only take a risk. The three pseudo-royal lords hadn't noticed this anomaly, but the instant they detected his aura, they still turned around and charged towards him. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't stand still and wait for death, so he promptly dashed off to widen the gap between him and his enemies. At the same time, he spent some energy circulating the three self source reconstitution art. Strictly speaking, the secret art devised by Sure was divided into two parts. The first part was about splitting one's soul to cultivate two selves. That was the foundation as well as the preliminary preparation, the key to success, so to speak. Yang Kai had completed this part. Over the years, both his human self, Feng Tian Ci, and his monster self, Thunder Shadow, had grown to be independent beings. They had reached the limits of their respective realms, so there wasn't much room for improvement for them. The second part was what Yang Kai was currently doing. By circulating the three selves source reconstitution art, he could unite his three selves. After integrating the powers of the two other souls, he would be able to massively expand his small universe and thereby shatter the open heaven realm method's innate shackles. When Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, the powers of the two caused everything to descend into upheaval, especially Feng Tian Ci. He was also an 8th Order Master, so he too had a massive small universe in his body, which caused an enormous impact on Yang Kai's own small universe. That was the reason a person couldn't accommodate another cultivator in the same order into their small universe. As Yang Kai's small universe trembled, everyone in the void world was apprehensive. The World Tree Clone's illusory phantom appeared, its gigantic tree crown like an umbrella that covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, a battered Yang Kai was dashing forward to escape from the three pseudo-royal lords while madly circulating the three selves source reconstitution art at the same time. Just then, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the small universe. The next moment, a golden dragon phantom that was 99,999 meters long appeared. The golden dragon was the visual manifestation of Yang Kai's divine spirit source. The phantom dragon covered a large part of the world, and when it appeared, all the living creatures were exposed to its dragon pressure and felt the urge to bow to it. After his trip to the dragon pool back then, Yang Kai could be considered a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. That was the reason the ancient dragon elders from the No Return Pass wanted him to record his name on the Dragon Tome and found the Yang family lineage so that there would be more Dragon Clan descendants in the future. However, Yang Kai had never considered himself a true member of the Dragon Clan. Turning into a dragon was his way to deal with large swaths of weak opponents or singular powerful enemies. He would always regard himself as a human. All the same, his beliefs wouldn't change the fact that he was a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. The appearance of the golden dragon showed that his source had been fully stimulated at this moment. If he wanted to integrate the powers of his other two selves, he had to make use of his source. The instant the illusory phantom golden dragon appeared following the dragon roar, Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow sported solemn expressions. Thunder Shadow looked at the golden dragon while feeling his power stir in his body. Suddenly, he asked, "Second brother, have you flirted with many women over the years?" Feng Tian Ci broke into laughter. Why are you asking this question at this point? Thunder Shadow smiled meaningfully. Think about it. Since both of us are Big Brother soul clones, if you've been intimate with some woman, after Big Brother assimilates both of us, the women you're in love with will probably go looking for him. Fong Tianci was stunned and wondered, is that so? Thunder Shadow replied matter-of-factly, of course. Both of us come from him. After all, regardless of what we've done, he'll have to take responsibility for everything. Fong Tianci couldn't help teasing him. It seems that Big Brother will be in big trouble then. You must have been with many female monsters in the myriad monsters world over the years. Thunder Shadow refuted seriously, nonsense. I focused on cultivating while in the myriad monsters world and have never done anything I would feel ashamed of. Then, he winked at the other man. So, have you really flirted with some women? No, Fong Tianci shook his head. I've always been honest and righteous, so why would I flirt with random women? Then, he sighed, however, when a man is brilliant, he'll always attract many women's attention. I've been feeling troubled because of that. Hearing that, Thunder Shadow pursed his lips and muttered, it seems that Big Brother isn't such a good thing compared to us. Both of them were Yang Kai's soul clones, so, strictly speaking, they had inherited Yang Kai's temperament. As such, they were the reflection of Yang Kai's disposition. The two of them exchanged glances and guffawed. If you two are done chit-chatting, hurry up and help, otherwise, I'll be killed soon. Yang Kai shouted. As even his use of Dao strengths was in turmoil, Yang Kai found it hard to use his space secret techniques. Since 3 pseudo-royal lords were hunting him down, he was in a perilous situation. He could still run away for a while as he had put some distance between him and them, but as time passed, that distance would surely shrink. Moreover, he could feel that Emon Nai had been paying attention to him and trying to shake off Yang Shui, but to no avail. Faced with the Chaos Spirit King, Yang Shui wasn't a match for it, but it wasn't hard for her to keep Emon Nai pinned down. After all, Emon Nai was her equal in cultivation and wasn't in peak condition. He was injured even before the current battle broke out, and then he had spent some effort fighting the 8 trigrams formation, leaving him both wounded and weakened. Since Yang Shui could tell that Emon Nai wanted to harm Yang Kai, she naturally wouldn't let him go. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow sported serious expressions. Although they had no idea what was going to happen next, they were aware of their fates after the memories in their souls were fully unsealed. They had been cultivating for many years for this moment. At the very least, they had lived their lives to the fullest, traveling around and experiencing many wonders of the universe. Without resistance, they emptied their minds and let their soul turn into nothingness. The golden dragon continued to roar, and as its source strength shook, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow resonated with it. Gradually, their figures became blurred and were engulfed in a layer of golden light. A moment later, 2 gigantic golden figures shot into the sky. Everyone in the void world was paying respects to the golden dragon when they saw such a shocking sight. Presently, a gigantic golden leopard surrounded by lightning and an equally majestic human figure were flying up towards the golden dragon. No one had any idea what was going on. However, they had experienced several fantastical phenomena in the void world over the years, and these incidents always subsided quickly. As such, they were already somewhat used to it. 7 Stars sect was the dominant great force in the void world without any question. No one had yet managed to challenge their status over the past 100,000 years. This couldn't be helped though, as the Tao Lord used to be a supreme elder in 7 Stars sect. They still kept his position in the sect, and everyone from the lowest disciple to the sect master himself would frequently pay homage to his statue. With such a natural advantage, it was only expected that they had an edge over other sects. As the most powerful great force on the continent, 7 Stars sect had many satellite cities around it. The area could be considered the center of the world. About 20 kilometers away from one such city was the Fong family village. It used to be an ordinary village, but they had an ancestor who grew to be a powerful cultivator and became part of the Void Dao Temple many millennia ago. The village had been thriving since then. Presently, There were many descendants and cultivators in the Fong family village, including some Emperor realm masters. Their inheritance was just as great as some of the sects with equally long histories. When such an anomaly took place in the Void World, the Patriarch led the Fong family members to salute the Golden Dragon and pray for their safety. Nonetheless, when the Patriarch looked up and saw the face of the golden human figure, he was thoroughly startled because he found the face familiar. The commotion behind him made him realize that he wasn't mistaken. The golden human figure looked just like their famous ancestor that used to live in their village over 10,000 years ago. Fong Tianci was a legendary figure within the Fong family, and it was because of his identity as a Void Dao Temple disciple that the Fong family was able to thrive all these years. It could be said that this ancestor was the reason the Fong family rose to power. Before him, the Fong family was just one of many ordinary families in the Void World. Is that honored ancestor? The Patriarch could not be certain. After the ancestor joined the Void Dao Temple, he gave the Fong family some benefits before he left the Void World. There had never been any news about him since. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.